Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We're in Monmouth County, and we're going to head over to the Superior Court, particularly the courtroom of Marc Lemieux, Judge Marc Lemieux, who is presiding over New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. This is day 11 of witness testimony for the state, and, well, I'm looking forward to another day of testimony. Yesterday was a full day, all day, of Sergeant Stephen Voigt from Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office Crime Scene Unit. Now, let's see who they bring us today.
Off the top of your car. You ever hear about that? You ever see where ice goes flying when people don't clean off the top of their car? Did you ever see a windshield get broken as a result of that? I can make your days better every single time. I just give you my experience. So there you go. So it is a good morning because we're all back here. It would be better if my windshield was good.
Oh, you're safe.
All that matters, right? All that matters. So I say that just to remind you that all days are good days. And no matter what, we are very appreciative that you're all here and you're all safe. With that being said, we're on the record, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Decker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mastellone, attorney on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro.
Your Honor, good morning. Andy Marc for Paul Caneiro. All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right. With that being said, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Judith Link.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Just watch your step as you're coming up to the witness chair there. If you don't mind, could you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you're comfortable and seated. I have the chair, sorry. If you could state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Judy Link, L-I-N-K.
All right. Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
And could you tell us where you work?
I work for the New Jersey State Police in the Office of Forensic Sciences, and that is located in the Central Regional Laboratory in Hamilton, New Jersey.
Okay. And approximately how long have you worked for the Office of Forensic Science?
22 years.
And specifically, what is your current title or role?
My title right now is a Forensic Scientist 3, and I work in the Quality Assurance Unit. And there I am the Health and Safety Officer for 5 laboratories. I conduct audits for all the laboratories. I review manuals and policies and procedures, and I peer review some of the trace evidence units paperwork.
Now, have you always worked in the Quality Assurance Unit at the State Police?
Yeah.
Okay. What was your role prior to that assignment?
For 16 years, I was in the trace evidence unit.
And what does the Trace Evidence Unit do within the State Police?
The trace evidence unit analyzes trace evidence, which is very small evidence, typically hairs and fibers, footwear impressions, low explosives, glass, and gunshot residues.
You said that currently you're a Forensic Scientist 3. Can you explain what that represents and kind of how you got there?
I could start, when I started, I was a Forensic Scientist 1, and that gave me the responsibilities to analyze evidence. A Forensic Scientist 2 Did I say two? A forensic scientist, one is when I started. The two gave me the opportunity to train others in the field that I was trained in. And now that I'm a forensic scientist 3, I can supervise others.
Maybe not currently, but at all times as a forensic scientist, both 1 and let's say 2, were you involved in the testing of small items of evidence and trace evidence?
Yes, I was.
Just before I ask you about your educational background, I just want to approach and show you what's been marked as S424 for identification. And I ask you to take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, that is my CV or resume.
And does that document, your educational background?
Yes, it does.
Does it also document your training and experience at the state police and otherwise?
Yes.
Does it document trainings that you've underwent, and presentations potentially that you've done?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you give us the benefit of your educational background?
I earned a BS, Bachelor of Science in Biology from Trenton State College in 1988. And I earned a Master's of Administration from Fairleigh Dickinson University in 2008.
Okay. So going back to your Bachelor of Science in Biology, that was, what year did you complete that at Trenton State?
1988.
Okay. Now, was there a point in time thereafter that you began to work at the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and that was what year?
To the end of 2003.
Okay, did you utilize your BS in biology prior to joining the state police?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you do and where?
If I may
Sure.
reference, it's been a long time. Let's see where not everything is on here, but I worked for Johnson & Johnson, and we called it the Robert Wood Johnson Pharmaceutical Research Institute. That's what it was called back then, from 1993 to 96. And I left there and I went to Georgia and worked at Solvay Pharmaceuticals.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to, I think you said late 2003. That's when you began at the state police lab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your initial assignment there, what was that?
I was assigned to work in the trace evidence unit, and my initial training was in glass analysis and gunshot residue analysis, and then I moved on to low explosive analysis and footwear and tire impression analysis.
Okay, now, I think it's fair to say you're here today to talk about gunshot residue analysis, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell us about the training that you received with respect to gunshot residue analysis?
Sure. The training took about a year, and I was under direct supervision by my supervisor. When I was comfortable with the work in the laboratory, I had to complete 10 cases on my own, and I had required readings to complete. And after that, I took 2 written tests and passed them both, and I passed 2 laboratory tests. I passed a moot court, and then I was deemed an expert in gunshot residue analysis.
And that was by your office, specifically New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Scientists?
Yes.
Okay. Now, once you had that kind of qualification in-house, did you begin to perform gunshot residue analysis testing and other types of trace evidence testing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you could potentially approximate how many cases you've worked on with respect to gunshot residue analysis, could you do that?
About 180 cases.
Now, have you ever during the course of your career gone to additional trainings, both inside the state police and outside the state police Office of Forensic Science?
Yes, I took a week-long course given to me by the FBI, forget what year, and that was it for the training, the FBI training and the state police training.
Now, as part of your work in the State Police Office of Forensic Science, specifically Trace Evidence Unit, did you have to undergo any proficiency tests during the course of your career?
Oh, absolutely. Every year all scientists take a proficiency test in their discipline.
Now, during your time within Trace Evidence Unit, I think you testified that you did approximately 180 cases involving gunshot residue analysis. Did you ever have an opportunity to have to review the work of others within the unit?
Yes, we call that peer review.
Okay. Now, is any case or every case within the Trace Evidence Unit, is it actually peer reviewed by another qualified scientist?
Every case is peer reviewed and also administrative reviewed, yes.
Now, have you ever been involved, I think I mentioned it, but have you ever been involved in giving or assisting in presentations with respect to gunshot residue analysis?
Yes. I had given 2 presentations on gunshot residue analysis. Every year we have symposiums for police officers and we invite them in. So I gave 2 presentations, and then I also was involved in the FBI road school class. We call it the GSR road school, and they came to our facility to teach the ballistics unit, the officers in the state police, a little bit about what the scientists do in the laboratory and how they analyze gunshot residues.
Now, to that point, I think you said that at times you've been involved in instruction of officers in the ballistics unit, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you, during the course of your time as someone who analyzes items for gunshot residue, have you gotten or received information about how the ballistics unit operates?
Yes, we work closely together.
Now, generally speaking, are you familiar with the manner in which gunshot residue can actually get onto an item?
Yes.
And just generally speaking, could you explain your understanding of how that works?
Sure. The little that I know, as the firearm is fired, the trigger is pulled. I forgot the term. The primer is struck, the primer cap in the cartridge, and it starts to burn. And that in turn will start the gunpowder inside the cartridge to burn. And that will build up a lot of pressure in there and pushes out the bullet, and out of the muzzle will also come gunshot residues, which include gunpowder, burned gunpowder, unburned gunpowder, some lead from bullet or copper also comes out of there. And it comes out kind of like a cone shape. So the closer the target is to the weapon, the tighter the pattern is on the target.
So you generally become familiar with materials that would be expelled from a firearm during the course of discharge?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of your career, have you had the opportunity to testify in Superior Court in the state of New Jersey?
I have.
And during the course of those testimonies, have you ever been offered as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many times?
About 18 times.
Okay. And has that been in one county or more than one county in the state of New Jersey?
Multiple counties in the state.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Judith Link as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis.
Anybody here?
No, I don't think so, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we haven't done this in a while. So I'm going to give you this charge again just to remind you. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You're not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part only. And in light of the finding, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your finding as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the charged crime. So with that being said, I will accept this witness as an expert in gunshot residue analysis. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
Ms. Lane, can you tell us how evidence is accepted into the offices of forensic scientists at the state police?
Sure. The evidence comes into the evidence receiving department, and it is given, the case is given a unique laboratory number, and each piece of evidence is given its own number and barcode. So the barcodes are then placed on all the packaging of the different pieces of evidence, and then the evidence is scanned into our laboratory information management system, fancy way for saying computer system, and then it's stored in the vault, waiting for the scientist to pick it up.
Now, when you talk about the scientists picking up, was there an occasion with respect to this case where you went and obtained evidence from that vault?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. Let me just first show you what they marked as S425. Show counsel. Just going to show you. It's been marked as S425 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is an evidence receipt that is created when the evidence comes into the evidence receiving department, and the case is created with its unique laboratory number, and information on this evidence receipt tells me what evidence to pick up when I go to the vault to pick it up.
Does it also help you or guide you in what like analysis to perform?
Yes.
Okay. Now, S425, does that have a date on it?
It has a received date, yes.
Okay. And what was that date?
November 30th, 2018.
Okay. And does it indicate a specific item?
Yes.
And what item is that?
It is item number 27, which is a brown paper bag containing a black hooded jacket.
Okay. Now, based upon your work in this case, was item 27 the item that you actually reviewed and analyzed for purposes of gunshot residue?
Yes, it was.
Now, based upon work that you did in this case, did you ultimately draft a report?
Yes, I wrote a report.
Okay. Now, as part of your work in this case and in drafting that report, did you also keep notes?
I kept notes also, yes.
Is that customary with respect to your analysis?
It sure is, yes.
I'm just going to show you first what's been marked as S426. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my laboratory report I wrote, and I recognize it because my signature is at the bottom and the laboratory number is at the top there.
Now, the laboratory number from S426, does it correspond, or is it the same as the one from S425?
Yes, it is C18-3. 10138.
Okay. And the report marked S426, does it cover your analysis of item number 27, State Police item number 27?
Yes, it does.
Now, I'm also going to show you what's been marked as S432. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of my case notes.
Okay. And how many pages are that, if you could tell us? Is that?
They're all here.
Okay.
20 pages.
Okay. And could you just generally tell us what's included in your notes?
Sure. The laboratory case numbers at the top. And as I go through my analysis, I document everything I'm doing. And I also take photographs as I do my analysis, and they are included in here also. And I have some other, during my analysis, I make up transparencies, which is a clear plastic piece of paper that I put on top of some of the analyses that I do, and I document that in that way. And there's copies of that in my notes also.
Okay. Now, just show you what's been marked as S299. Now, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
Well, if I compare the pictures to my notes, I recognize the jacket, and my initials are on the packaging, the brown paper bag that it came in.
Okay, and is there also a yellow sticker on one of the bags within S299?
There is the barcode that goes with item number 27.
And is that a sticker that is a property of the New Jersey State Police?
Yes, that is put on the packaging when it comes into the evidence receiving department with a unique laboratory number and the item number 27.
And the unique laboratory number on the yellow sticker from S299, is it the same as those on S432 and S426?
Yes, it is.
As
C18 10138,
Okay, it indicates number 27, correct?
number 27.
Now, once this item, number 27, comes into your possession, can you tell us the first steps that you perform with that item?
Sure. Once I pick it up from the vault, I take it back to my workstation and I spread out a big piece of white butcher paper and I open the package and I do an inventory and make sure what's in the package is what's on my evidence receipt, and I document that, and then I do a visual examination on the item. And in that I look for, well, first I document what's on the brand, what's on the tag, any size, any fiber content, and then I continue on with my visual examination, and I'm looking for any defects, any holes, anything unusual, and then I index holes that I find, which means, number one, I give them all in a letter, beginning with the letter A and so on, and then I index them, meaning I measure from the hole to a seam or to the bottom of a jacket. Just, it's kind of mapping out the holes so I can find them more easily later. And, excuse me, and then I take photographs.
So you talk about the visual examination includes just observations visually of item number 27?
Yes,
And it also includes, like you said, measurements of not the holes, the size of the hole, but where it is in relation to the item of clothing.
I do measure the holes also.
Okay, you do. Now, on page 1 of your notes, do you document that indexing of the holes?
Yes,
Do you have, or do they reflect an assignment of, let's say, letter A to this hole and letter B to this hole?
yes, A to H.
A to H, so that's the number of holes we're talking about, correct? And Also, those measurements, are they depicted on page 1 of your notes?
They are.
Now, I think we'll get into it a little bit more in a minute, but does your visual inspection also include use of an infrared camera?
Yes, I used an infrared camera.
What's the purpose of the infrared camera?
We use the infrared camera on dark clothing because what the IR, the infrared will do is visually lighten the fabric. So as I look through the camera, the jacket will look white instead of black. And that will help me find any residues that are on there, or any potential residues. And then if I find anything, I will take a picture of those residues.
So we talk about looking at it, measuring it, labeling the holes, taking photography, and also taking infrared photography.
Yes,
That's essentially all part of step 1.
a visual examination.
Okay. Now, is there also thereafter, and we'll talk specifically about it, but what's the second step after a visual examination?
The second step is the microscopic examination. I haven't done this in so long, sorry. The microscopic examination, where I will take the item and put it under a microscope, and I concentrate on the hole and the area around the hole, and I'm looking for singeing and burning of fibers, any metals that could come from a bullet. I am looking for gunpowder that could be partially burned or whole gunpowder pieces.
Okay. Now, the last step is what? The third step in the process.
That's the chemical examination.
Okay. So generally, you just described the 3 steps of your determination with respect to whether or not any gunshot residue exists on any item, but in this case specifically number 27?
Yes,
Now, you talked about taking photographs, correct?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to refer you to your notes that are in front of you, if I could. If I could just, sorry. That'd be S432, correct? I'm going to direct you to page 4 of your notes. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
Page 4 is a picture of the front of the entire jacket.
Okay. And is there another overall photograph?
On page 5 is the same photo, but I added documentation of where the holes are.
Okay. And page 6 is what?
And that is the overall back of the jacket.
Okay. Page 7?
Page 7 is the overall back of the jacket with some of my notations about where holes are.
Okay. Page 7?
Page 8.
Sorry, page 8. Apologize.
Sorry. Let's see, page 8 is the back of the hood, which is a close-up of hole A and hole B.
Okay. And are there additional photographs moving forward?
Yes.
And just before we get into the details, did the photographs that are depicted within S432, do you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And do they adequately and accurately reflect the photographs that you took of that item as part of your analysis?
Yes.
Okay, and the pictures that are in S432, they are of S299 here, correct?
Item number 27.
Yes, item number 27, sorry, yeah. So this one, I'm just going to publish, for purposes of explanation, some of the photos. I'm going to go to our notes. I'm going to page 4 of the witness's notes. All right, okay. Just so we understand, I'm going to run you through a few of the pictures you took. Could you just explain what we're looking at here?
This is the overall front of the jacket, item number 27.
Okay. And page 5? What do we see here?
This is the same photograph, but I have added notations about where a few of the holes are and left shoulder seam. And these are the things that I would use for my indexing.
Okay. And slide, or page 5 of the notes. Say the slide.
And this is the overall back of the jacket.
Notes page 7.
And this is the same photograph with some of my notations about where some of the holes are.
Okay. And page 8.
And this is a close-up of the back of the hood with showing hole A and B. Sorry, the scans are not great.
Okay.
The pictures honestly look much better.
And page 9. What do we see here?
And this is the right side of the hood showing a close-up of hole C.
Okay. And did you document observations you made of hole C in your notes, specifically on page 1?
Yes, and during the visual examination.
And we'll get into it a little bit more later, but was there something specific about the nature of that hole that you documented during the visual observation?
Hole C is a classic textbook stellate tear, or what we call a cruciform tear.
Well, I'll have you explain that in a bit. Can I have page 10? What do we see here?
This is the top of the hood showing hole D.
And notes page 11.
And this is the front of the hood showing hole E.
And notes page 12.
The front of the hood, a close-up of hole F.
Now, in that picture, there's some red. During the course of your visual observation, or at least note-taking regarding your visual observations, did you take note of any potential staining on the jacket or observations of same?
Looking at my notes, yes, I wrote my notes, possible blood throughout the front, back, and hood.
Now, just to be clear, though, your job here was not to test that to determine whether or not that actually was blood, correct?
No.
It was just an observation visually that you made. Okay. Kind of page 13. What do we see there?
And this is the front of the jacket showing hole H and G.
All right. Now, you talked about earlier how at some point you utilized an infrared camera, correct?
Correct.
Can I have slide page 14 of the notes? Can you explain what we see here?
Sure. It's not the greatest scan of my photograph, but this is a standard. It is something that we created. Actually, the ballistics unit created it for me. It's a piece of black fabric, and they shot it pretty close up, so there's a lot of residues on it. And I use it to test the camera, my IR camera. Before I use it, I look at this standard, we call it gunshot residue standard, using the IR camera to ensure that the camera is in fact working, and I see that the dark fabric has lightened and the gunshot residues are dark and visible.
So just to be clear, what's depicted in your notes, page 14, that is not evidence from this case, correct?
Correct, that is not evidence.
That, as you said, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a standard utilized just to make sure the camera's working properly.
That is correct.
Okay. And was it?
And it was, yes.
Can I have the next page, page 15 of the notes? What do we see here?
This is a scan of the photograph I took using the IR camera. And it's hole D. And I took this photograph because I saw possible bullet white, which was enhanced. And you could see that as a ring around the hole. You don't see the whole ring, but you see the bottom of the ring. There's a black ring around the hole, which Could be bullet wipe, which means a passage of a bullet, and the bullet, whatever was on it, wiped off and just left that ring.
Okay, so when you took this photo because of something that you saw visually, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and how many observations, if you recall, or how many photos did you take with the IR camera as a result of your observations?
I believe there were 2.
Okay. Can I have notes page 16? And what do we see here?
And this is a photograph taken with the IR camera, and it shows hole G and H, but at H, I see a possible bullet wipe there also.
Based upon this and this alone, do you make any determinations with respect to those holes that you just discussed?
This is just the beginning. I just use this just to help me find any residues. But I would not conclude anything with this.
Okay. Now, visually though, with the holes, you obviously labeled A through H of holes that were in item number 27 from the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, just by seeing those holes and based upon your training and experience, did you draw any conclusions just like with respect to the nature of the holes?
With my experience, I could say that these were caused by the passage of a bullet.
Now, as far as like entrance versus exit, do you draw any conclusions like that?
No.
Okay. Now, once you've taken the photographs, you've taken the IR photographs, is there a point in time when you move on to a microscopic examination of the actual holes?
Yes, that would be my next step.
Okay, now, despite anything you might have seen visually in A through H, do you do that with each of those holes?
Yes, each hole will get a microscopic examination.
And that would be regardless of what you saw or you didn't see visually?
That is correct. Mhm.
And also with regard to what you saw or didn't see on an infrared camera?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just explain for us, I know you did it a little bit briefly, but just how you go about utilizing the microscope to analyze the holes?
Sure. I put the item underneath the microscope and I focus on each hole one at a time and the area right around the hole. And the microscopic examination, I'm looking for any ripping and tearing. I look closely at the fibers at the hole. I'm looking for melted fibers from the heat of the bullet going through. Sometimes it melts the fibers. And I'm also looking for any metals that come out of the weapon or come off of the bullet. Sometimes a bullet will break and leave shards of metal. And I'm looking for bullet wipe, which is a ring around the hole, as you can probably see here. And sometimes it's visible, sometimes it's not. May I refer to my notes to see if I'm missing anything? Oh, and gunpowder, of course. So I'm looking for particles of gunpowder. They don't always completely burn. So if the target is close enough to the weapon, it will land on the fabric. So I'm looking for gunpowder particles also.
Okay. Now, regarding the microscopic examination that you did with holes A through H, now, did you draw any, or did you observe anything significant with respect to any of those holes?
Referring to my notes, holes A, B, D through H, I did not find the things that I was looking for: singeing, burning, ripping, tearing. There's no bullet wipe that I saw under the microscope, and I did not see any gunpowder. Hole C, I noted that it was a cruciform tear, and I did not see any singeing and burning, no bullet wipe, no gunpowder was observed.
Now, did that mean to you at that point in time that A, B, and then D through H were not holes caused by bullets or something else?
No, the The microscopic examination does not indicate that it was not caused by a bullet.
Now, the one letter you left out was hole C, correct?
Well, A, B, D through H, and then I mentioned C was the cruciform tear.
Okay. Now, so with respect to hole C, I think what you just said is that there is something of significance to you based upon what you've done thus far, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, that being said, the holes where you didn't see anything significant, did you just stop your analysis at that time?
No, there was more.
Now, the next step would be, as you said earlier, the chemical analysis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you do that with respect to A through H, every hole?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a first step in that process or a first test in that process?
Yes, there are 3 tests.
Okay.
And the first test is called the Grice test or the grease test. And for that test, I'm looking for nitrites, like chemical nitrites that come out of the weapon. And you want me to explain how I do that test?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I take the item and I lay it down and I spray it with acetic acid. And then I take a piece of paper, which has been specially treated with a special chemical, and I iron that on top of it. And when I peel it back, if there was any nitrites on that item, I would see an orange coloring, orange speckling, or an orange cloud. And that would indicate nitrates were on that jacket from a weapon. And I did that for all the holes.
Okay. Now, with respect to that grease test, you said you did with all the holes. Did you note any of the holes that presented with that orange color that you were looking for?
Reading from my notes, hole A and B were negative, hole C was positive for nitrites, D through G were negative, and hole H was positive for nitrites.
Okay. So you have positive for nitrates for hole C and hole H, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and again, we still have your notes, page 16, up on the screen in front of you, correct?
page 16, yes.
Okay, and does that depict hole H in that infrared photo?
Yes,
Now, given the positives for C and H on the grease test, did you continue with the second test still for all the items, all the holes?
yes, I did.
Okay, what is that second chemical test that you utilize?
The second test is called the dithioxamide test. We call it DTO for short. And that is testing for copper. So typically, with a copper jacketed bullet, we would see copper on the clothing. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Okay, and how do you go about performing that DTO test?
So the DTO test, I take a piece of white paper, again, we call it the white filter paper, and we spray it with ammonium hydroxide. And then that gets ironed onto the item of clothing. And then when it's peeled off, it's sprayed with HCl, hydrochloric acid, and then a solution of DTO. And what I'm looking for is any green color. So the green color would indicate copper was on the jacket. And hole A through H, it was negative, so I did not find any copper.
Okay, so none of the holes exhibited that green color for the presence of copper.
Correct.
Now, with respect to the third step in the chemical analysis, can you describe what that is?
That's called the sodium rhodizonate test. And that test is testing for lead. And to do that, I also take white filter paper. I spray it with acetic acid and I iron it onto the clothing. And when I peel it off, I spray it with a solution of sodium rhodizonate solution that I created. I spray that on. I'm looking for a purple color this time. And my results showed that hole A and B were negative, hole D through H were negative, hole D through G was negative. The only positive holes I got were hole C and hole H.
Okay. Now, with respect to the positive tests, you talked about the transparency, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just going back for a moment, I just want to show you page 17 of your note. Now, this was with respect to which of the three chemical tests?
This is a result of the Grice test for nitrites.
That's looking for the color orange, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you explain what this notes page 17 actually reflects, how this was created?
Sure. After I do the test, I am left with that chemically processed paper, and it has some orange on it. So you can see hole C where I wrote, it looks like an upside down cross. That's the cruciform tear. And the little cloud-like shapes are the nitrite residues, which showed up as little orange clouds on that piece of paper. And then I just made some notes about where the hood seam was and the flap, just to identify exactly where the hole was. And again, it's on a clear piece of paper. And I made this is just a photocopy of it. So when I was at the photo machine, I put the scale in there and scanned it.
Okay, so that notes page 17 would be reflecting the positive test for the presence of nitrate residues?
Nitrites.
Nitrates, okay. Now, with respect to notes page 18, is that also from hole C?
This is also from hole C, but it's the results of the lead test, the sodium rhodizonate test.
Okay, and does that reflect the presence of lead in the area of hole C?
Yes.
So we have the presence of nitrites and lead for hole C, correct?
Correct.
Now given your visual observations, as well as the microscopic as well as the chemical tests that were performed, did you draw any conclusions in your report regarding hole C?
Yes.
And what were the conclusions you drew about hole C?
May I read it from the report?
Yes.
I'll paraphrase, and it says, hole C exhibits the physical characteristics of a bullet hole produced when the muzzle of a firearm is in contact or near contact with the garment when discharged.
Okay, now contact or close contact, does that have a meaning in the trace evidence gunshot residue world?
Yes. Typically, the distance determination is conducted by the ballistics unit in conjunction with my notes and the residues that I found. But a contact or near contact shot is typically, it's easy to determine, and the scientists are allowed to determine. That's the only distance that they're allowed to determine.
Okay, so if a pattern or presence of gunshot residues did not exhibit that type of pattern, and it exhibited something like more of a distance, could you do a distance determination in order to draw conclusions on other items? Potentially.
Let me see if I'm answering your question properly. If there are enough nitrite residues that I find, and it forms a pattern, then the ballistics unit will take that information and do some test shots with the weapon and the ammunition in question and compare the two. And they determine the distance, if it's any further away than a contact shot.
Okay, so you talked about hole H as well previously, correct?
Correct?
And you did have positive results on 2 of the chemical tests for hole H, correct?
Yes.
Was there some discussion of potentially doing a distance determination regarding that hole?
Yes, there was.
And ultimately, was it decided that the state police would be unable to conduct that distance determination?
Yes, there were residues on it, but not enough for the ballistics unit to determine a distance.
Okay. Now, with regard to hole C that we just discussed, was there a need for a distance determination to be done based upon your observations and your conclusions?
We did not need the ballistics unit to make that determination because we were able to make that determination ourselves.
Was that based upon the chemical testing?
It was based upon the cruciform tearing.
Okay. And did the chemical testing, did that do anything to corroborate and confirm your observations regarding that cruciform tear?
I did not need to do a chemical examination to determine that distance. I did anyway. That's just how I am. I just do everything.
Okay. So what you're saying is that based upon your visual examination of hole C, you could have drawn that conclusion?
Yes, I could have stopped there at the
Oh,
visual,
but you didn't, correct?
but I didn't.
And then you did all the testing, both visually, microscopically, and chemically?
I did.
Okay. And ultimately, your conclusion with respect to hole C was that, can you say that again?
It exhibits the physical characteristics of a bullet hole produced when the muzzle of a firearm is in contact or near contact with the garment when discharged.
And when we talk about the garment, we're talking about New Jersey State Police item number 27, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the testimony you've given regarding your analysis, your observations and the like, do you give that testimony based upon your training and experience in the field of gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good morning.
Morning.
So it's the tearing itself that allows you to make the determination that it's a near contact or near contact shot? Did I have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it matter what the garment is made of?
It does matter. I've seen multiple near contact shots, and depending on the fabric content, it may rip differently. Yes.
Okay. What's called, like, the garment's tearing because a metal object is going through it at a very high rate of speed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously the bullet is spinning as it's traveling through
Yes.
the air. Is that, like, why is it that close up, you're saying you can observe tearing that's unique to the gun being fired from that distance versus, let's say, 10 inches away?
Yes.
Why would that be the case?
Contact or near contact shots are when the muzzle is so very close or touching the fabric, and it's the explosion and the force of that coming out of the weapon. It's such an explosive force that causes the ripping because it's so close.
Now, obviously, as the weapon gets closer, there's going to be a higher concentration, we would imagine, of these nitrites and residues on the garment.
Yes.
And is there there's a method for, it sounds like there's a method for confirming their presence on the garment. Is there a method for quantifying their presence?
We don't do that. There's so many moving parts per se. Sometimes we don't find residues. And that is because there could be an intervening object or the wind pushes the residues away, movement of the gun, the type of ammunition. There's so many different things. With the contact shot, because it's so close to the target that typically we don't find residues because it's all blown right through. But if there's movement to the fabric, or the fabric softer, or it's just right off the garment, we sometimes see the residues like we did in this case.
Okay. So sometimes there's tearing that makes it appear to you that what you're looking at was a contact or near contact shot.
Correct.
Sometimes there's these residues, nitrites, present on what you believe is a contact shot. Yes. Sometimes there aren't.
Correct.
So it's not the existence of the residues then that necessarily confirm the contact shot.
Not necessarily.
It's actually what you're interpreting in terms of a pattern of ripping of the material.
Typically, yes. Mhm.
Now, I think you mentioned that various things can impact the amount of residues that are left on a garment, but in terms of the actual firing of the gun, is the length of the barrel relevant?
Yes.
Is the diameter of the barrel relevant?
Yes.
Is the caliber of the weapon relevant?
Yes, it is.
There was also there was talk, it sounds like, that there was going to be a potential endeavor to conduct a distance determination on, I believe it was hole H of the garment, right?
Yes.
And the item was resubmitted to the laboratory for that purpose.
Correct.
Along with the item, the jacket, there were 2 Sig Sauer pistols submitted.
Is that a question? I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, were there?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I can't recall.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to approach with D-123.
123?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Just showing you this.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you know what it is.
Yes.
What is it?
This is an evidence receipt with the same laboratory number on it, C1810138, with item number 27.
Okay. Could you just referring to this page though, could you just look at this synopsis section for me? Just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just gonna take that back. So, in this evidence receipt, for the resubmission of the jacket, we see it mentions several other pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
That are to be considered along with the submission of the jacket. Is that right?
That's right.
And that included not one, but 2 6-hour pistols. Is that right?
Okay, that's what that says, yes.
And also a .38 caliber silencer. Right?
That's what that says, yes.
Okay. Question is, do you know why, or maybe you requested this, maybe you didn't, but do you know why there were 2 6-hour pistols requested? You don't know?
No, I'm not involved in that portion of examination.
Okay. Is it your understanding that two weapons manufactured by the same manufacturer, same make, model, firing the same caliber, would produce similar patterns of residue?
I would have no idea. The testing of the weapons by the, the ballistics department would handle that in conjunction with the scientists. But I had no I have no understanding of those weapons.
Okay. And so, if we can't make a distance determination regarding any of the other, the holes you mentioned, A, B, or D through H, that we don't really know, we can't really make any statements about how far away the weapon was when it caused those perforations in the jacket.
No, cannot.
And so that could be foot away, or it could be 20 feet away. See if there's a little arrow down here.
I see the arrow.
Everything you examined on this jacket was in the hood or upper shoulder portion, is that correct?
Let me refer to my notes. I'll look at the. Yes, that is what I'm seeing.
Okay. Are there, in your field, just so I understand, are there laboratories that would try to quantify the amount of residues on a garment for purposes like distance determination or purposes like, determining the orientation of the shooter, things like that?
I would believe so. I know there's studies now on quantifying, but I don't have the knowledge of the labs that do that.
Okay. So it's not the state police.
We don't do that.
And the state police also has, I think in your CV, you mentioned that you began as a glass examiner.
Yes,
Okay. But you were also trained in footwear and tire impressions?
that's correct.
Okay. And so footwear would be determining if maybe a print matched a particular shoe?
Yes,
And then tire impressions would be if a scene is found and there's different kinds of tire impressions, maybe you could look at photos of those to determine what vehicle might have made them?
yes.
Is that something that the lab still engages in, the state police?
We still do that, yes.
Okay, thanks. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
When we talk about footwear impression and we talk about tire impressions, is it fair to say you need a pattern, an identifiable pattern in order to compare one tire to a tire track or one shoe to another shoe?
Yes,
Can I just have slide notes, page 9, if I could, just briefly? Right there. Now, you recognize that, right? You talked about that earlier?
correct.
Now, that, the area of white in that photograph, is that the area where you discussed the cruciform tearing?
Yes,
Okay. And again, did you describe that whole C as exhibiting signs of cruciform tearing that you called a textbook example?
yes, in my testimony, in my notes, I called it a stellate tear. So it could be called a stellate tear, meaning a star, or cruciform, meaning a cross or an X.
And you said that, as depicted in notes page 9, would be a textbook example of cruciform or stellate tear.
Yes, it is.
That would be indicative of contact or close contact between a muzzle of a firearm and the object, number 27, correct?
Yes, correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Murray?
No, Judge, thank you.
You can step down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a quick break right now before we start our next witness. Give you a chance to stretch. We've been doing this for an hour, and then we'll come right back out. All right, thank you.
Okay, very interesting testimony this morning so far. We're starting well. Let's take that quick break and jump to the future so we don't have to wait too much. We are back, bringing the jury in and getting ready for our next witness.
You guys will stand up for me, and I sat here when you guys came out kind of wrong. Okay, thank you. All right. Next time, I got you. Prosecutor, you want to try next witness, please?
Judge, the state calls Lieutenant Petruzzielo.
Sir, if you could just put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Patrick Petruzzielo, Petruzziello.
All right, prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, ma'am.
Where are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
In what capacity?
Currently a lieutenant of the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, and how long have you been with the prosecutor's office?
Prosecutor's Office since 2014.
Could you take us through your history with the prosecutor's office in terms of different units and assignments you've had?
So I was hired in December of 2014. I was assigned to the Major Crimes Bureau in Freehold. About a year and a half later, I was assigned to the Asbury Park Satellite Office of the Major Crimes Bureau, where I remained until 2022 when I was promoted to sergeant. I remained in the Asbury Park Satellite Office as a sergeant. I was then transferred for about 10 months to the Special Victims Bureau, and then promoted in 2025 to lieutenant of Major Crimes.
Now, what, if any, prior law enforcement experience have you had prior to the prosecutor's office?
Prior to the prosecutor's office, I started my career as a Class 2 officer in Point Pleasant Beach in 1996. I remained in that capacity until 2000 when I was hired as a patrolman. From there, in 2003, I was reassigned to the Detective Bureau in Point Pleasant Beach, where I remained until 2014, coming to the prosecutor's office.
Back on November 20th of 2018, what unit were you assigned to?
The Major Crimes Bureau, Asbury Park Satellite Office.
Now, on that particular date, November 20th of 2018, at about 12:45 p.m., what, if any, direction did you receive?
I was directed to respond to the 15 Willowbrook address.
And can you tell us about any observations that you made when you arrived?
When I arrived, there was numerous fire personnel on scene. It was an active fire scene. There was also officers or detectives from the Major Crimes Bureau and also the prosecutor's office responding. They were there. Additionally, Colts Neck Police Department was present as well.
What time did you arrive on scene?
About 1 hour late, 13:45 or 1:45.
Okay, now when you arrived on scene, were you essentially assigned as something?
I was assigned, upon arrival, I was assigned by my then Sergeant Ed Henley as the lead detective for this investigation.
Okay, and what does it mean to be the lead detective in terms of from the Major Crimes Unit?
So the lead detective is essentially responsible for working alongside of the local detectives, as well as typically conducting more of the primary interviews. They also maintain communication with the victim's family, maintain the case file, coordinate efforts, resources, and then ultimately work alongside prosecutors for court judicial hearings.
Now, when you arrived on scene and Detective, I believe you said Zerillo was there, did you have the opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
Okay, and did he brief you on what had transpired prior to your arrival?
He did.
Did you learn of any victims on scene?
I did. I learned upon my arrival, Keith Caneiro was still off to the northwest of the driveway, still on scene. And then Sophia, the body of Sophia, was moved at that point to the driveway.
Was anyone else located inside of the home?
I was aware that there was 2 additional bodies, Jesse and Jennifer, inside the residence.
How long were you on scene for that day?
I remained on scene till I believe it was approximately 7 p.m.
And what kinds of things were you doing on scene during that time?
At that point, obviously, the fire suppression activity was still ongoing. The Forensics Bureau for the Major Crimes Bureau for the prosecutor's office was still or actively starting to process the scene, collect evidence. At that point, I made observations of what was going on, continue with ultimately the bodies being removed, medical examiner's arrival.
Now, is it fair to say there were numerous other law enforcement officers on scene?
Absolutely. Yes.
And were they doing different things?
Yes, during this time, different detectives were beginning to get assigned to do different things such as collect video, surveillance, canvassing, that kind of thing.
Now, did you and Detective Zerillo essentially work this investigation cooperatively? In other words, together?
Yes, we did.
And did that occur for the next several weeks?
I think even further, yes.
Were there some things that you and he did together?
Yes.
And then were there other things that you did by yourself without necessarily Detective Zerillo present?
Yes.
We've already heard from Detective Zerillo, so I want to talk about the things that you did when Detective Zerillo wasn't necessarily with you, okay? Did you have an opportunity to review any Wise brand cameras during the course of your investigation of this case?
I did.
Specifically, did you have the opportunity to review Wise camera footage from the garage north wall shelf?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how many times did you review that footage?
At this point, I've watched it many times paused, sped up, rewound. I've watched it many times.
Okay, and the particular time frame or timestamps of the footage that you watched, do you recall what that was?
I watched from 2:35 a.m. until 2:51 a.m.
I'm showing council S391. Oh, I'm sorry. Judge, may I approach?
You can.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S391. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the disc of the Wise Cams Garage North shelf.
Okay. Judge, at this time, the state would seek permission to publish.
Ms. Mastellone?
No objections.
Okay, go ahead.
If you could just make sure the court's volume is all the way up. Thank you. Now, Detective, due to the length of this, I'm going to play it in full, but we may have to pause it a few times to ask you questions, or I may ask you questions while we're playing it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, before I hit play, can you just tell us what timestamp is up here?
02:34:58 or 2:34 in the morning.
Okay, and just generally, what is this that we're looking at?
This is a view of the, from the camera on the garage north wall shelf, pointing at the garage door that was to the, on the west side of the residence.
Now, what we're gonna watch at 2:34:58, is that about a 16 or so minute clip?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this portion of the video, is this what you had indicated you watched previously multiple times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you determine whether the timestamp on here was accurate?
I did.
How did you do that?
There was, it was compared to known phone calls. There's other cameras that all went offline at the same time, approximately 2:51. Again, compared to known phone calls.
Okay. I'm gonna ask if we can now play the video. Can we pause it? I'm gonna pause it at, it's about 2:35:47. Lieutenant, can you tell us what just happened?
A light illuminated above the garage door.
Now, because I don't wanna pause this more than we need to, can you tell us, does that light illuminate or illumination occur several times during the course of this approximate 16-minute clip?
Yes, it does, several times.
Okay, we could continue. Can you pause it? Detective, did you just see a silhouette appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to us how that happens or what we're looking at?
It's paused now, it's grainy, but in the middle pane, if you can follow, at some point, if you play it, you can see an arm, and then follow down from light to where it becomes dark.
Okay, so if we can just go back, I'll play it again to just before the silhouette comes on. Okay, so we're playing it at 2:35:39. And I'm going to ask if we could pause at 2:35:57. Lieutenant, did the silhouette appear to come from the right side of the screen to the middle of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the silhouette appear to leap upwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Like you could continue. Pause it, please. And just for now, we're paused at 2:36:03. You could continue. You just go, I'm sorry, pause it for 1 minute. And if you could go back to 2:36:02. There, okay. I want to direct your attention to the area of that middle vertical frame of the garage door. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify what you're seeing regarding any areas of light and dark coloring?
Again, starting from the middle of that center pane off to the right, the upper portion is light, and then if you follow it down to the, all the way down to the area where it becomes dark, more or less in the center.
And did you hear any noises during the portion that we just played?
I did.
What was that?
It was a banging noise.
Okay. You continue. Pause it. We're paused at 2:36:30. Did that silhouette appear to leave the camera frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically, did you note anything about that?
Off to the right side of the screen as we're looking at it, or the north side of the residence.
Okay. Before we resume, I want to ask you about the orientation of what's depicted in this video. Can you describe what's outside of that particular garage door?
Yeah, so this is the back side of the garage. In the front, there's it's three bay garage, and this most northern side has a garage door that opens up essentially on the back side of the house, so you can go all the way through. On the back side of this, or the west side of the house, is it opens up to a small paver patio. When you walk out of the garage, immediately to the right side is where the electrical panel is affixed to the house. If you go to the left side of the screen or the south side, it is the paver walkway leads to where the house has a large whole house generator.
Showing council what's been marked as S407. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S407. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a picture from the opposite side or the outside of the house. So the orientation.
Just before you do that, I'm going to ask to publish, if we could.
The objection?
No. I'm going to put it on the screen. I'm sorry. Okay, now can you orient us to what we're looking at?
So looking at it from the opposite side, in this particular case, the electrical panel is on the left side. And if you go to the right behind the row of shrubs or bushes, that's where the generator is located.
Thank you. If we can resume. Closer, please. Lieutenant, what did we just see? What appeared?
The silhouette of the subject walks from the right side of the screen over to the left side of the screen.
Continue, please. While the video is still playing, can you tell us what we just saw?
That silhouette walks from the left side to the right side.
Did that video end at 2:50:59?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, did your investigation reveal anything about the loss of power to 15 Willowbrook Road?
It did.
What was that?
As I mentioned before, those cameras, the wise cams went offline at the same time as 251. Additionally, there was a Verizon reported that the loss of power at 252. There was also 2 additional cameras inside the residence that went offline at the same time, 252.
And during the course of your investigation, did you request anything from Verizon?
I did.
And what was that?
I requested any information they had reference the optical network terminal for the Verizon connection to the house.
And did you receive anything back?
I did.
What was that?
It was a printout that indicated, the initial response that I got indicated that the loss of optical, the ONT went offline at 3:42 a.m.
Now, after that, did you follow up and request any additional information?
I did. Based on that response, I made contact with Verizon to indicate how they deducted that the ONT went offline at 3:42. They said based off that, they provided additional alerts at the residence, which indicated that the loss of power at 252.
The second time when you followed up, did you receive any paperwork or anything back?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 375. It's pages 1 and 2. I'm going to ask you to look at page 2. And do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the response that they provided the first time I made the inquiry, which shows it's the loss of optical network terminal connection at 3:42 a.m.
Can you just explain what an optical network terminal is?
Essentially, it's the Verizon connection to the house for communications.
And if you could look at the first page of that, I'm going to ask you if you recognize that first page.
I do.
Okay, and is that the additional information you received after you made contact with somebody from Verizon?
It is.
What does that indicate?
It indicates 6 different alerts. The first one being on 11/20/2018 at 2:52, loss of external power to the ONT. And then it ends with loss of external power to the ONT at 3:43 a.m.
And when you say ONT, do you mean optical network terminal?
Optical network terminal.
That's it. Now, during the course of your investigation, were you made aware of any type of cameras that were hardwired to the house on 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, was that a DVR system with hardwired cameras?
Yes,
Were efforts made to get into that DVR?
they were.
Okay, and what came of those efforts?
The DVR was sent to the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory for examination, and the results were that they weren't able to pull any information off of it.
Were you aware of whether the house had any Nest cameras?
I was.
What is Nest?
Nest is just a company, a manufacturer that produces cameras.
Where specifically were those Nest cameras located?
There's one on the side door. There was one that was determined to be the playroom, and one that was determined or identified as the basement.
So when you say the side door, is that like the mudroom door?
Yes,
Okay, and then the other two, are those the interior of the home?
correct.
Okay, what if any efforts were made to obtain, let me ask you this, were efforts made through legal process to obtain data from those 3 cameras?
They were.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you receive?
The response was, I believe it was 12 clips from the interior of the residence that were reviewed and didn't show anything of evidential value. And that was it. There was nothing from the outside camera.
And I should back up and ask you, when you request legal process on a company, is there a time frame that you have to give?
There is.
And what was the time frame in this case that you gave?
In this case, we did from November 19th through November 21st, 2018.
Okay, you just said this, but was anything obtained from that doorbell or the camera on the side door
No,
for
ma'am.
that time frame?
No, ma'am.
Now, were efforts made to obtain any information from the defendant's Porsche Macan, specifically the loaner Porsche Macan?
They were.
Can you tell us about those efforts?
We attempted to extract data 2 different ways, one being the infotainment system. And then the second was through the cellular connection. Both of those were negative results for anything with evidential value.
There was no data to be obtained.
No data.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you become familiar with 867 Route 34 in Colts Neck?
Yes, ma'am.
If I showed you a map of that area, would you be able to identify it?
Yes.
D317. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D317. I just ask you, do you recognize that general area?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see that residence on this map?
It's cut off, but it would be at the top portion behind these 2 structures.
And do you see 15 Willowbrook Road on there?
Yes, center of the page.
Judge, permission to publish.
We put it on the, yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's right.
Samara, you can help her.
Thank you. Detective, do you see 867 Route 34 in this photo?
In this orientation, it would be the bottom below this. These are two barn structures, so the actual residence of 867 is off this page below it.
Okay, so it would be, can you circle for us on the screen the barn structures? And the house specifically, if you could just denote, where would that be, 867?
Down here, right at the bottom of the page.
Okay, and can you just indicate where you see 15 Willowbrook Road? Okay, now where is Willowbrook Road?
Be this.
Okay, and the driveway to Willowbrook Road? Now, if you're looking at the screen all the way to the left, is there a road that sort of runs into that house, 867?
Yes, this is the access, one of the driveways. There's a secondary driveway that's on Route 34, which is off screen to the left, but this is a driveway access to that property.
Were any efforts made to make contact with the owners of, or the residents of 867?
They were.
Okay, and was any video surveillance footage obtained from there?
There was.
Did you review that video surveillance footage?
I did.
Okay, and can you tell us if you could see on here, what angle did that footage depict?
In that direction, essentially up the driveway.
Okay, and is there a gate somewhere in there, if you know?
Right.
Okay, did you know when you watched and you reviewed that footage, what time frame was that for?
Collected from 1:38 or 1:30 in the morning to approximately 4:30 in the morning.
And what, if anything, did you see on there?
Nothing other than a couple of animals walking through the screen.
Now, on this particular photo, is there a way, if you know, to access the property of 15 Willowbrook Road from the wood line?
It wasn't a defined driveway or anything, but there is a break in the brush or tree line to the, that would be the west side of the property.
And how were you aware of that?
I observed it, but also it was utilized by first responders to access the property.
Thank you.
All right, for the record purposes, 317.1, but when you, Lieutenant, when you're describing the camera angle, you made an arrow, is that correct?
I tried, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it was good arrow. I'm just going to say it was an arrow. All right, and I'm describing this for the record, but so you put a circle around that gate that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
That was, and your arrow goes a little bit past that, is that correct?
I was defining the view.
Okay.
In that direction.
In that direction.
So it would be kind of a northwest direction of the view.
Did you see beyond the gate or you did not?
The gate is focused in. You could see past the gate, but I couldn't tell you how far.
Okay. And you said that the house is located off screen a little bit. Can you just put an X there so at least the record is a little bit more clear as to that photo?
It's not letting me necessarily draw down that far below.
Can you just make an H then so at least we can kind of see it? Okay. All right. And then at the top where you circled, top left portion of the screen, you circled, and that was what again?
It was just a break in the tree line along the Willowbrook Road.
Okay. All right. All right. So now I think with us putting that on the record and talking about what the circles are, that we'll now print this and capture it's D317.1.
Judge, I think it's 0.4.
Is it 0.4? Okay, I'm sorry.
Lieutenant, I do have just one more question. Is there any other way to access the property of 837 through any other roads?
867?
I'm sorry, yes.
There is a driveway, it's not on this picture, but there is a driveway on Route 34, which is, Route 34 runs, it would run kind of parallel to the driveway. It's off this picture, but to the left is Route 34.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, can you just hit the undo button?
Bottom right.
Sure.
Okay, quick sidebar. Very interesting information today. Very long video, well, full evidence anyway, of the garage with the overhead light going on and off as someone is out there, obviously, and picking it up. Movement back and forth. And we do see the shadowy imagery that could be or could not be Paul Caneiro. Nothing about the image actually excludes or includes him. It's undetermined, but what it does do is enforces the timeline again of when everything happened. And there is other evidence that puts him in the area. I would expect that a lot of this is going to be hotly contested by the defense. But, as things are stacking up, circumstantial or not, it's all linking together. I do believe the prosecution is painting a pretty solid timeline here and presenting a good case.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to listen to some phone calls. Before I do that, and it's Marc 392. Before that, I want to give you an instruction as how to accept this evidence. Okay. You're about to hear several phone calls that were recorded during the time frame of November 2018 to February 2019, which indicate that as of those dates, the defendant Paul Caneiro was arrested and incarcerated. The fact that the defendant was arrested and incarcerated for any period of time should not enter into your discussions or deliberations in any manner at any time. Arrest, indictment, and incarceration are not evidence of guilt, but rather a part of the pretrial procedure that occurs prior to the matter coming before you to decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charged offenses. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden of proving each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt rests upon the state, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. Only you, members of the jury, will decide whether the state has met its burden. Can everyone follow that instruction?
Yes, sir.
The second part of that is that you're going to hear, or you'll learn that there are redactions to these recordings. Just because something is redacted, that's a legal decision. That's not something that I want you to have any speculation or conjecture as to why something that may have been redacted for a particular reason. It is your function to determine whether or not the statement was actually made by the defendant, and if made, whether the statement or any portion of it is credible. In doing so, you may consider all the circumstances surrounding the statements that you're going to hear now in making the determination with the following caution. I instruct you that in this case, certain portions of the recorded statement have not been provided to you. You may only consider those portions of the statement which have been admitted in evidence and must not speculate as to the contents of the omissions or the reason or reasons for the omissions. Can everyone follow that charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. With that being said, prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you make efforts to obtain any recorded phone calls pertaining to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive those phone calls? Did you have the opportunity to review them?
I did.
Were transcripts prepared?
They were.
Did you have the opportunity to review the transcripts?
I did.
And were the transcripts fair and accurate to the phone calls?
Yeah.
Now, in the phone calls, Who was the speaker?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and how did you identify that?
Established PIN number, and then there's also a voice recognition where you have to say your name before you're allowed to make the phone call.
Does he also identify himself in the phone calls?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S392 and S393. I'm going to first show you S392. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a disco video phone calls.
Okay. And I'm going to show you now what's been marked as S393. Do you recognize that?
This is a transcript from a December 5th, 2018 phone call or number 2 phone call.
Okay. And this is a transcript, one of them that you reviewed. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, the state seeks permission to pass out the transcripts as well as play that phone call.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right.
This is for you. May I approach?
Thank you. Appreciate it. I have two. I don't know that we have enough.
This call will be monitored and recorded. To make a current call, dial. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone.
Paul Caneiro.
Please enter your phone. Thank you for using Global Link. Your call is being processed.
Good afternoon, Square One.
This is a Global Link prepaid call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call, hang up.
Hello?
Paul?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Noel. How are you?
I'm okay, Noel.
You want to talk to Tiff? Yeah, hold on one sec. Hey.
Hey. All right. I know things will be crazy.
Yeah.
Quick update. Can we start on this line?
No.
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 All right.
That just happened as of yesterday.
What happened?
They decided not to continue. You know, Corey's actually going to be here later today. He didn't tell me exactly when. Corey?
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with business.
He's already,
What's he doing?
he's trying to keep everything going.
All right. I guess just keep, let's see what's going on. All right, a couple of things from the business. EcoStar, I need Lewis to come back. Will she come back?
I talked to her and she can't. She feels horrible about it. And she was trying to figure out a way to do it, but she can't.
All right, what is it? Money or facility?
Both. And also she's scared. You know, not anything with you. She, you know, to us, there's somebody out there, you know?
Personally, I try not to worry about that. Just
see if she'll do it. Tell her she can have 20% of the company and 75K a year. When you go start, I just need her to get discount. If she accepts, I need you to get rid of the other two.
Got it.
All right. I need Marc day-to-day in charge of square one.
He is.
All right. When are they?
12/31/18.
All right. I need you to speak to. I don't even know who to talk to. We got to remind them that they have a contract and that they can't hire our people for a period of 1 year after the contract ends, so on and so forth.
You're talking about the non-compete?
Yeah, the Duke Institute contract.
And you don't want that to happen, where they would hire our people?
Right, unless they're going to pay us money to do so. And we have to negotiate a payment. All right.
So I just wanted to address non-compete.
All right, I need you to go on the T-Mobile account. I need you to cancel all the unused lines. Then there's my iPad and my iWatch. You can cancel those. I want you to, to make my account the most basic, my line, the most basic line going.
Most basic, got it.
And then there's lines on there for Keith and his kids and things like that we're not going to use. So you need to get rid of those too. And the tablet, we should all be listed.
So you mean your names are tied to it?
Yeah, or just call and you'll know if it's a company number or not. Melissa's got a number there. Don't get rid of her number. If you need to call Susan, figure that out. The other thing was, I need you to get me another SIM card for that phone and put it into that Android phone that's on my desk. And
they took it.
People call. They took the Android phone?
They took that phone, yeah.
All right. Then don't do anything with it.
Okay. They didn't take much, but that was one that they took.
Okay. Call Amex on my personal card, on the Mercedes-Benz card, and cancel all the cards on the Mercedes-Benz Platinum card, and have them transfer the balance to my Platinum Amex.
Okay, so Kim, go ahead.
Me, Susan, Katie, and Marissa on that account.
So call Amex, your personal card, cancel all Mercedes.
Platinum cards, and I want to consolidate that all onto the other Amex.
Okay, so just cancel all those Mercedes cards, keep the other accounts open.
Yeah, but because the Mercedes card's going away, just tell them I want to bring it all into one, and then tell them that, my situation and I'm working on it.
All right, I'm gonna work on it. A lot of the things we're currently having problems with is that nobody will talk to us because we can't pass verification. For example, the Evernote. Yeah.
My Evernote?
The Evernote, we're working on something called DNS, stuff like Dynex. Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
That's not something you get until let me do those first. You got to transfer over to block Dynex, Bandwidth, and my GoDaddy accounts. He's got to use those three, plus the Evernote.
Yeah, we're already working on two of those, the Dynet and the Evernote.
Okay, cancel the FiOS line at Keith's house, the one for square one.
Until FiOS. So that Verizon bill that hits the account every now and again, $219 and change?
Yeah.
Because that's the only one I know of.
Yep.
Okay, I just make sure.
Make sure, that do we know if any of the servers at Keith's house are in time?
nobody's telling us anything. I don't know if they've had conversations with Rob yet, but they didn't give a status on anything that was over at Keith's house.
All right, listen, Susan's and Katie's phones are in AT&T line. I don't know how that gets paid, but they're gonna need to.
It gets, okay.
I don't know, or they're gonna have to turn, cancel the other line on there, Jennifer, to make her own account. Talk to see what you can do about that. How to talk to Susan about that.
Okay, so AT&T, okay.
You just talk to Weinstein. See if there's, I got taxes due from last year, $20K. Is there any way the company can pay it?
No, not currently, especially with losing Duke. We're trying to figure out how to keep the payroll for the employees so they can finish out the contract for December. There's a lot of money on the credit cards already. I don't know what the limits are. That's something I already had on my plate to look into.
Some point you can work on something with the IRS for me.
And that was, you said, from last year's return?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
I need to figure out for Susan how I can get, I'm trying to call her on her cell phone and I can't get through. Maybe she's going to call AT&T and unblock certain types of calls and tell her to turn off the no robo. Tell her to turn off no robo, NORONBO.
Turn it off.
Tell her to call AT&T, just sort of like 611, and ask her why she can't accept collect calls on that line.
Okay, so maybe she's got to change her setup. Okay, got it.
The other thing is, find out, call the court, or call the courthouse and find, not the courthouse, the jail, and find out if there's a way to put money on the account for me so that
I've done that.
I can pay
Oh.
debit calls.
Yeah, that's, I don't know what happened, because when I got the first phone call, I accepted it and I tried to add the credit card to fund it, and it hung up. Ultimately, I was able to get it to work, which is why I'm assuming you're able to call in. They only allow $50 at a time, but I set it up also so that when the card reaches $3, it automatically refunds itself, and that will protect that account for 90 days. So that should be good.
Okay. Just make sure that it's for all my accounts, like all phone calls. I think there's a whole thing to do that.
Yeah, the company that it's tied to says that it's for an advanced call thing, so.
We got a call, let Susan know that I need her to deposit the checks, my disability checks. And she's got to start paying bills. She needs to get into my account.
They've been working on that.
I'll say the name of the bank. I'll give you the info. It's the account number, the account name is AGINA, AEGINA 99.
Okay.
Password is going to be either, it's going to be a lowercase, SQUARE, the number 1, 705, all numbers, all lowercase. If that doesn't work, try capital S at the beginning, and if that doesn't work, try exclamation capital S. Everything else the same, lowercase, and then just one numbers.
Okay. And the username AGEINA99, all your spaces. AEG. Okay, got it. AEGINA99. Okay. As you were just saying, they are trying to work on accounts. I knew about that from yesterday. I don't know what they were doing, but they mentioned it. Huh? Corey, he mentioned that he was trying to help Susan with that.
All right. I of going?
It's already in process.
All right, because we can use some of that money for the trust earmarked for the business, just for this purpose. You gotta call that lawyer, I don't remember her name.
Kimberly Cotton?
Yeah. Get a copy.
She's already,
Get
yeah.
a copy of the trust. Do you have a copy?
No, I've never touched any of that, so, yeah.
Ask her if she can send it to my attorney, a copy. Yeah,
So I'm assuming she has it, okay.
she has it, she's drafted it. Trying to think if there's anything else.
Yeah, I am as well,
In fact, what else will do is just tell her, like, I'm really desperate and tell her that's that.
No, and believe me, because she was crying about it, when I had spoken to her about it, because
I never need her opinion more than I need her now.
I know, and it really, the stability was not really the main thing, it was, the fear.
Don't worry about it. They got what they wanted. I'm here.
All right, I'll talk to her again about it. I talk to her
And she
all the time.
So if she needs help.
Okay. All right, I'll give, yeah,
I gotta go. I gotta go correct myself.
okay. Take care.
All right, bye.
Bye.
And was that the entirety of the phone call from 12/5/18?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find your collective transcripts?
Sidebar requested by Monika Mastellone. Hopefully we'll hear when he's finished. Interesting phone call. Tiffany is stated to be like one of the main managers working with Paul Caneiro in the Asbury Park location of both
Time
offices.
flies. Want to take a break? Yes and no. Got 2 yeses, couple no's. All right, the yeses are going to win for now. So we're going to take a break. If you can go in the room, we'll take our 15-minute break because I didn't give you that. Technically, I didn't give you the 15-minute break. So why don't you take that now? We'll come back out at 11:18 and start right back up. Thank you. Don't discuss this case.
Okay, taking morning break. As I was saying, Tiffany gave information to the police the day after the event. They had traveled to Asbury Park to meet, at Square One and the offices of the pest control business. And Tiffany is who they spoke to. She gave them information on the business layouts, about the disability payments and etc. She was forthcoming, not that she wanted to do anything against either. Everyone was scared at the time. Articles came out. I remember reading back when all of this happened. Well, they pretty much put the financial situation in play almost immediately after having received information from Corey's wife and from Corey, copies of the email that Corey had sent out to, not that Corey sent, that Keith sent to Corey, copying what was going on with Paul. That was all, addressed almost immediately. Tiffany was the one, arranging for payroll and doing stuff. And so these calls are important. It shows where Paul Caneiro was focused. And I made note here that he definitely specifically said, I don't want Corey in the accounts. Now, Corey has been helping keep those businesses running for the family to make sure that there's some income coming in for Paul's family from the start, taking over as trustee. That is how things were laid out. And as the trustee, he's been trying to keep the businesses afloat, actually. Both businesses, as of my last check, which was a week or so ago, are still operating.
Session.
Thank you. All right. We'll continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, just one question from that phone call. Who is Tiffany?
Tiffany's the office manager for Square One and EcoStar.
Now, did you listen to a phone call from December 14th of 2018? Was there a transcript for that phone call?
There was.
Specifically number 29? And did that transcript accurately and fairly portray that phone call?
Yeah.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S397. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the transcript from December 14, 2018, call 29.
And what's the date?
December 14, 2018.
Judge, permission to pass out the transcripts.
Sure. I'm not sure. See the back screen.
Oh, if we could.
This call will be monitored and recorded. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone. Please enter your four-digit. Thank you for using Global Tone Link. Your call is being processed. This is a Global Tone Link prepaid call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call, hang up.
Hello?
Ed.
Hey, mind speaking.
What's up?
I wanted to thank you for coming.
Okay. Good to see.
It's great seeing you guys.
Oh?
1 second. I said it was great seeing you guys.
Okay.
It's hard.
Kind of scary.
I know. Sorry. It shouldn't be this hard for you guys. What I asked you, I want you to do.
No.
I know I don't have a right to ask. I want us to be together. When I get out of here.
Did you speak to the lawyers today?
No.
No.
I just got out of the room now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's what you had to visit with us today? After you got them?
Yeah,
You
thank
got the doctor? And it's one that didn't come through.
you. Okay, thank you.
It's another 100 in there.
Okay. You should relax me for a while. How are the girls? Are they okay after you left?
Yeah. Okay.
They were upset.
I'm not kind of upset.
It's the last place I want to be. It's the last place I belong. How about Woodfield?
I don't know, we didn't go back.
Okay,
Too dark.
no problem.
So dark, even in the daylight. So, I'll try going back tomorrow, maybe.
Okay. But everything else is good?
Yeah. So what kind of car is it?
What?
What kind of car?
I didn't hear you.
What kind of car?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
The one you're paying for.
I'm really following right now. I'm sorry.
You're not following?
No.
I asked you, is that a payment?
Oh. An Audi, small one.
That one?
Yeah.
Will you pay it?
Sometimes.
Sometimes? You're going to airplane.
Yeah, I just put it that way.
Do you know what that means?
Sorry?
I paid it. I paid it 4 days ago.
Did you?
Yes.
Why?
Because your account was negative. Because your account was negative.
I told you.
And I couldn't see it yet. I couldn't see it yet. I couldn't see it yet. And then the mortgage was outstanding, so I transferred the money over.
I'm sorry. I told Katie that day on the phone to cancel all the auto payments.
She couldn't. You can't get into your bill payments. Even with power of attorney. No, even with power of attorney, I can't get in. So I won't get there, whatever. She couldn't get into your bill payments. She couldn't understand your account.
She was in there originally because she was able to see them all.
She could see them. You can't do anything.
She's going to go to the bank and have them cancel all the auto payments.
I did.
All right. And the auto bills, right?
I did. The only problem is I need to contact these companies. I don't have account numbers.
They'll send the bills now because if it's not auto payments, just go back to the
It's on the paper bill.
Yeah, go back to the bank and just tell them that you make sure that it's not e-bills. Turn off all the e-bills too.
I don't know if they can do that. Nobody can unlock. No, I was in the bank for 4 hours this week. But they cannot. I was on the phone with them yesterday for over almost 2 hours, and your bill pay profile is blocked. It's blocked. And the lady was telling me, she's like, she's talking to corporate, she's like, this is ridiculous. This woman has power of attorney. She's supposed to be able to act on his behalf. And I can't see your bill payments. I can't see what bills you have set up. They were able to disable all of the automatic bills. But that's all they could do to help me, so I'm just gonna detect the work.
All right.
Yeah.
Everything else all right? When you come shower now?
Yeah. And we have to shower during your 3 hours.
Yeah. Everything's on yeah.
Did you have an opportunity to listen to a phone call, a recorded call from January 27th of 2019?
I did.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as S400, show it to council.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a transcript of the call from January 27, 2019, call number 121.
Okay, and did you review that transcript against the phone call?
I did.
Did it fairly and accurately depict the phone call?
Yes.
She can keep that. Judge, the state would seek permission to pass out the transcripts and approach.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. I think you can call the jurors out of transfer.
Okay, go ahead.
This call will be monitored and recorded. Press 1 for Judy deploy call. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone. Please enter your 4-digit private. Thank you for using Global Link. Your call is being processed. Hello? This is a Global Link. Please take call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call.
Hey.
Hey, what?
Nothing much. I saw you at the phone again.
Well, doesn't come every day, huh? Hello?
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
So, what do you want to?
I'm just moving my license for a week. My work now.
Oh, yeah? How was the concert yesterday?
I was so fun. Really good.
What was it?
I thought it was really fun. It was, Brother Osborne.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the country one.
Yeah.
Got down to stay a little longer.
Oh, yeah? I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we were good. We went down.
Where's that?
New York City?
Oh, on the pier?
No five? I don't know.
Doesn't matter. Great area. Where's Monika?
Yep. She's right here. Nothing's going on.
How's your haircut?
Good. I'm blonding.
Yeah? Katie's got
Yeah.
dark hair. Mom, the world's upside down.
How are you?
All right. I'm in a new area now.
Yeah, Mom was saying that.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm trying. Good night, sweetie. I love you.
Right, good night.
Thanks. Joe?
Hello?
Hi. Can you ask somebody to send me some more science fiction, just science fiction?
Science fiction?
Yeah. Or fiction, I don't care. I just don't want anything heavy. I can't concentrate.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my last 2 books.
Okay. Is she on the list?
Yeah, she can figure something out. Just
Okay.
tell her to pick science fiction. Tell her to send me, 2 right away and then 2 in a couple of days.
Okay.
And then, 2 in another couple of days. If I don't, if you don't hear from me.
Okay.
How are you? What's going on? Yeah, like 3 days we didn't talk. Oh, I'm sorry, Charlie. And I gave him a book to get back to you. And I'm taking those papers now.
Okay.
So,
Well,
yeah, he can tell you why he held on to him.
okay. So,
Yeah, just ask him, he'll tell you. There's nothing crazy.
well, I'm feeling good today.
next to come over with some pains. I got that heartburn today, especially at the meeting with them. This whole thing is just so much. So, I just can't believe I'm here. What way is it? Let's talk about something else. How's Katie?
She's good.
Yeah.
She's doing a photo shoot right now.
Where?
In her car. She's looking at tomorrow.
Yeah.
So. Just like the weekend.
Yeah, how is she? I typed it up. I wrote up the recipe and sent it to Katie
Okay.
with the stuff. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, didn't make a copy of it. She has it.
Okay.
How is Jeff?
She's good.
Yeah.
She's good.
She's
She's gonna move in with her boyfriend.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
Yeah. That's Judy. I'm gonna go in her apartment. So.
So, what have you been up to?
Not much. Went to the gym yesterday.
Yeah. Wish you Friday if you left.
I have the video.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have played them. So, yeah, I have the video.
Yeah. Last night? What did you do last night?
Had a fan for the privilege.
Yeah. Did, I just totally forgot what I was going to ask you. What day are they coming to the house? Or you didn't set that up yet?
I didn't set that up yet. And then Sherry, her name is, she's supposed to call me.
Right.
And set something up. So I'm sure we'll have that.
Alright.
So, let's see. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks. Once he sees everything that's getting the insurance,
Yeah, I'm sure.
he's working on it.
Yeah, I'm sure he can take care of it.
Yeah, I haven't done anything, so. Not done yet.
Have you heard from my dad?
No.
No? What about Corey?
Yeah, I'm supposed to call him Friday.
Yeah. What do you have to say?
Not much.
No?
What the, no, I went to the bank again.
Okay.
And they couldn't help me again. I have to go back again tomorrow, Monday.
Why couldn't we help you?
I have the, a power of attorney kind of came through for the businesses.
Right.
And, for whatever reason, they're not working on my phone or mine. So she was going to help me put them on the online access, get things like administrative, finance, and whatnot.
Right.
And I went there on Saturday to do it, but only 2 of the accounts came through. The other 2 didn't show up, so we had to call online banking. And online banking had only 30-minute wait time. But she had to come back on Monday. So I did. Thank you about that.
Find out also if you, how would I give you power of attorney to the trust account? For me.
The trust account at TD Bank?
Yeah.
The trust account there?
Yeah, it's, Tiffany.
The one in your name?
No, it's, it's linked to my account, so they can see it. I'm the trustee, but I want to give you access to my bank. Just find out. She can look it up by my social security number.
I'm pretty sure I can't get that.
Well, just find out. It might be, we might.
I know, but I'm pretty sure there's a link saying that I can't get anything on that.
All right, well, just ask.
I'll ask again.
Yeah.
I'll ask again, but I'm pretty sure that that's the one account that I can't count because it's a trust, it's not a bank account.
Right.
So, and I think power of attorney does anything for it.
Well, I'll see why not. If you're not in my set, if I'm physically.
No.
That's what I'm saying, just, you know.
I asked, but I remember talking about this account because when we first went over,
They don't look at right, they also told you you couldn't have access to business accounts, so.
no, that's not true. They told me I needed a separate power of attorney to get business account.
All right, well, let's see, because I
The trust
got.
they said is different. They said the trust is different, so.
Well, let's see what they say.
But I'll ask again.
You know, because it's only going to be able to write checks or do anything
Yeah.
without.
Does Tiffany have that bank account number?
Yeah, I think, like I said, they can just look it up. It's the only trust account linked to my accounts.
Okay.
You just look it up, you know, well, I'm sure they can look up. Just any one of the company accounts will link back to my account.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can see all the accounts from there. Because, I mean, at some point, Corey's got to figure out, or you got to figure out what's going on with Keith's accounts too.
Yep.
And that's what the trust is going to let you do, because the trust account is going to give us access to everything. It allows, you know, basically unlocks all the other stuff. You know, getting everything back, you know, sorted out. So.
Okay. You have 60 seconds remaining.
Should I call you?
I'll ask again, but that was, you know, somebody also told us from the beginning, so I have a feeling it's something.
Well, this guy is the guy. Yeah. You want to play right back?
Sure.
Okay, bye.
Nothing further.
Sure.
Another requested sidebar. The phone calls are interesting. I want to know what they're actually pulling out. It does look like in the beginning with Tiffany, Paul was definitely directing information in and out of accounts, who he wanted in there and who he didn't. He was talking about transferring money from the trust account. And then other phone calls with, I believe it said Susan, I have to clarify. Does look like she's going to be responsible for making sure that things are paid and this and that. And he clearly states he wants to be with her when he gets out. Hopefully we'll get some more clarification in this transcripts and in the follow-up questions to Lieutenant Petruzzielo.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
So I want to take a step back and just talk a little bit about your responsibilities in this case. So you are the lead detective from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office on this case, correct?
For the Colesneck incident, yes.
And there's kind of like multiple lead detectives, right?
Yes.
And specifically, we have Detective Brady was the lead detective from the Ocean County Police Department.
Ocean Township.
Ocean Township Police Department. And then we have Detective Zerillo, who was the lead detective from the Colts Neck Police Department.
Correct.
And you are one of the lead detectives from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said for the Colts Neck incident, is there another lead detective for the?
Now Captain Brian Weisbrot, then Detective Weisbrot, was the lead for the Ocean Township.
Okay, so you and Detective Weisbrot were both lead detectives in this case.
Correct.
And when we're referencing the Ocean Township case, we're talking about like the arson,
Correct.
right? But you were the lead detective. When you say Colts Neck, you're talking about, the homicides that occurred and the arson that occurred at 15 Willowbrook, right? At Keith's house.
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to you and Detective Brady and Detective Zerillo and Detective Weisbrot, there were a variety of other detectives in this case that had significant responsibilities. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so Detective Cordoma, for example, was assigned to do the origin and cause of the fire, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Bassender was assigned to do the financial aspect of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Miglierisi was assigned to do sort of like digital evidence, things
Yes.
of that nature. And then there's also Detective Hess, Detective Mahoney. They did some neighborhood canvassing and some surveillance and things like that.
Along with others, but yes.
Also Detective Wayne Rayner, he was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Condon and Detective Tazi, Detective Sostian, Detective Miller, all of those detectives were involved,
Yes, ma'am.
as well as Detective Robert Flanagan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, because we heard testimony from a Fire Marshal, Craig Flanagan, earlier in the case, but when we're referencing Detective Robert Flanagan, that's a different person.
Yes, ma'am.
Just same last name, but different person.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and Detective Robert Flanagan is from your office, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Retired, but yes.
There's also Detective Scott Valenti and Sean Murphy, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about Weisbrot, but there was a Deputy Chief Wilbert, he was involved,
Retired, but yes.
and Detective Nareth,
Yeah, the narrative, yes.
Detective David Sidorikis.
David Siderakis.
Okay, he was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Kristen DeVito, William Anton, Richard Shin, and Detective Jose Cruz. Are those names familiar as being involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And finally, I have a Richard, I'm not sure how to say that last name.
Broccoli?
Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
And Detective Scott Samus. They were also involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And, but despite all of them being involved, you were the lead detective, so that meant you were kind of in charge of the investigation, right?
I wouldn't say I was in charge. There's still a hierarchy and an order of chain of command, but
So is there someone who's in charge of you, who's calling the shots? Or when it came to this case, did you essentially decide what types of investigations to pursue and what roles people should take and what tasks people should be assigned?
well, there's definitely supervisors that assigned people certain tasks. It was, as far as who was in charge, I think there was a lot of collaboration going on as far as this investigation, because there was, like you just mentioned, there's so many people. So it was, a joint effort, but
Okay. So who was supervising you?
so back then, my immediate chain of command was, Sergeant Ed Henley
Emily.
and Scott Samus.
Okay. All right. So when you were conducting the investigation in this case and coordinating and collaborating with others, you would report back to them as well?
Yeah, that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And as the lead detective, you were responsible for reviewing a lot of the material in this case, right?
I did, yes,
So that you knew what was going on, right?
yes.
And so you reviewed things like police reports
I
and
did,
reports from other detectives, right, that were involved?
yes,
And you reviewed, we saw some surveillance video that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
You were familiar with some additional surveillance video from Colt's Neck. Did you review all of the surveillance video in this case?
When you say all of it, I reviewed at least portions of all the video that was collected.
Tell me if I'm wrong. I think what you're saying is other detectives, for example, if they pulled video from, let's say, a location at 27 till 10, right? Like near that area. And they reviewed maybe hours worth of videos, but they directed you to the most relevant portions for your review. Is that what you're saying?
Both directed, and I also watched myself for relevant times.
Okay. So you watched the relevant times. You didn't necessarily watch times that weren't relevant to your investigation.
Correct.
And but you did watch surveillance videos, for example, from the area of 27 Tilton, Paul's house.
I did.
Okay. And also, did you review some of the body worn camera footage and the motor vehicle recording footage from Ocean Concept and Colt's Neck?
Portions of both, yes.
What about, you took a lot of witness statements in this case, right?
Me personally, or?
You were personally involved with the taking of numerous witness statements, and you were present.
Yes.
Okay. And you also, did you review the witness statements that you were not present for?
I would say at least most of them.
Okay. And by the way, the witness statements in this case, we've kind of grown a little bit familiar with them. They're the type statements, correct?
Yes.
They're not video recorded, right?
No.
And they're not audio recorded.
No.
And it's in like a question answer type format, right?
Yes.
And did you also review the cell phone extractions in this case?
Yes.
There were numerous cell phone extractions conducted in this case, right?
Yes.
So let's start with Susan, Marissa, and Katie. Their cell phones were extracted. Did you review their extractions?
Obviously, they're very lengthy, so at the very least, I looked at portions of them.
Portions, like maybe, like you said, more relevant portions, timeframes.
Correct.
For example, the 19th and the 20th would probably be a relevant timeframe in this case.
Yeah.
Of November 2018.
Yes.
And there were also cell phone extractions done for Tiffany Rivera, is that right?
Yes.
Elisa Caneiro or Bertacci. There were cell phone extractions done for Mr. Paul Caneiro and his brother Keith Caneiro.
Yes.
And also, there was a variety of Google Cloud data that was received from Keith's Google Cloud, correct?
Yes.
That was, I guess, subpoenaed from Nivcole, is that right?
CDW, or Communications Data.
It was requested by law enforcement through a legal application.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were also there's a lot of financial records in this case, right? There's like thousands of pages of financial records. You're aware of that?
I am.
Now, did you personally review those financial records, or did you just rely on Detective Bassender to kind of synthesize them and point you in the direction of what she felt was relevant?
The financial component, I relied on Detective Bassender.
Okay. And what about the physical evidence in this case? Did you like personally observe some of the, we had the opportunity to see a lot of the physical evidence in this case, whether it was a gas can or gloves or clothes, things of that nature. Did you review that evidence?
Same thing. I relied obviously on the forensic detectives to do that. Some I did witness firsthand, some, during the course of preparation or something, but every single piece, no.
So and when you say you relied on, are you referencing Detective Vogt and Detective Catalona?
Primarily, yes.
They were the, forensic crime scene detectives, right? And Vogt was the lead crime scene detective from Cold Snack, and Catalona was the lead crime scene detective from Ocean, right?
Correct.
And so they might have brought some things to your attention, but they also took a lot of photographs, correct?
They did.
So did you review a lot of the photographs in this case?
A lot.
Now, we talked about how there's a lot of detectives involved in this case from your office, right? But there's also a lot of other agencies that were involved in this case, right?
There were.
And so those include, we talked about Cold Snack Township, and we talked about Ocean Township, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But there was also, at some point, the Asbury Park Police were involved with respect to the business location when there was a search of that location, correct?
They were.
And there's also the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office was involved for a little while with respect to a phone extraction.
Correct.
With Paul's phone, right? Also, the Monmouth County Sheriff's Department was involved to an extent.
Yes, ma'am.
And the New Jersey State Police were involved.
Yes, ma'am.
The FBI was involved at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
And the ATF, which is the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, another federal agency, was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there were like many fire departments, right?
Many. Yes.
So throughout this case and throughout, I think even in your report, there's reference to the investigative team in this case. Is that like all encompassing essentially all of the people I just mentioned, or maybe a focus on some of the detectives at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office? Who's the investigative team?
I would agree that would be the investigative team. Anybody that had any involvement would be part of the team.
And you said it was collaborative, right? So there was a lot of meetings with each other, conferring and updating each other and talking about various aspects of what's been investigated?
Yes, at least in the very beginning, there was briefings that we would hold to meet either before or after the day to go over what was done, what needs to be done, that type of thing.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that stand out in this case that I'm going to ask you about what investigation was done.
Okay.
So, for example, we heard that about, and you interviewed, or you're aware that Jonathan Harrington and Heather Kapp were interviewed very early on in this case, correct?
I am aware that they were interviewed, yes.
Okay. And so what, if any, investigation was done to look into the two men with the baseball caps at 4:30 in the morning?
What went into it? No, that's overruled. Go ahead.
What investigation was done to look into that?
What specifically to them? I wasn't part of the investigation really at all in Ocean Township. That was then Detective Weisbrot. So as far as the specific goes, I know that they interviewed neighbors, other neighbors, the firefighters conducted their interviews, pulled the surveillance, that type of thing.
Okay, so when we talk about the surveillance, and you indicated that you reviewed the surveillance.
Portions of it, yes.
That one or yours?
Oh, this one. Sorry, I'm on. So I'm going to show you what's already been published. It's D1-101. is, do you recognize this is a map of the area of 27 Tilton?
I do.
Okay, so 27 Tilton would be here in like the middle of the photograph, and it's denoted as 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you ever go to the area? You were there at some point?
I was there at some point, yes.
Okay, and you see how 27 Tilton is a U shape, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it intersects with Green Grove Road, correct?
Yes.
So the video that you saw, right, tell me if I'm wrong, was of a vehicle in the area of 27 Tilton, or originating from the driveway of 27 Tilton, driving this way and then making a right onto Green Grove Road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But just to be clear, there were no surveillance videos ever obtained from this side of 27 Tilton, correct?
I don't know. There was none that I saw, and I don't know if there was any available at that time either.
Right. Well, so we have in this area at least two or three different surveillance videos from houses just on this side of the street, just on this like one road, correct?
The two that I reviewed were from there, yes.
Okay. And so as the lead detective in this case, and I know you're saying Detective Weisbrot was the lead detective of the arson out of 27 Tilton, right? But in the bigger picture of investigating the quadruple homicide and the double arson, at any point did you say to anyone, since it's very collaborative, hey, why don't we check for surveillance video over here? Let's go door to door. Let's document it, and let's see what, if any, surveillance video we can find to see if anyone went this way from 27 Tilton at 4:30 in the morning and drove away this way at this intersection.
So I also know that there is another surveillance camera I neglected to say that I did look at, was the 19 Oxford from behind. But I also do know that there was a surveillance canvas done, as we always do, in all directions. I don't know off the top of my head to articulate which houses were checked, whether they had cameras, whether the cameras didn't show anything. I'm not that familiar with the Ocean Township canvas as far as the surveillance, but I do know that a surveillance canvas was done.
Okay. A surveillance canvas was done, and you mentioned 19 Oxford. That's right here behind 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct. I don't know specifically which house it is, but it's behind it.
It's on this side of the road, and you can see like the back of 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're telling us that you know a canvas was done.
Yes.
Right? But there's no documentation of anywhere of anyone saying, any of the detectives, many police officers saying, okay, we went to this house and this house and this house and this house and this house. And Judge, this is what you said.
Can I see everyone, please?
When a witness answers the question, why are you still asking the question, or are you just speaking to the jury? Because this is the problem that I have. And I think this is why we keep getting called to the bench. She did talk about surveillance, that she felt like they should have surveilled better and that there was no documentation. He did answer that he doesn't know the exact houses, but he knows that there was a canvas to the area. Asked and answered. I mean, I can understand why the judge gets frustrated. I want the defense to put the best defense they can forward, absolutely. But the redundancy is going to make them lose the jury. She keeps trying to hammer the same thing into the jury, but when it's asked and answered, that's it. You don't get to just keep going at the witness about it. He answered it to the best of his ability. Stop just putting your scenario to the jury without an actual formulated question. Like, I would be so frustrated if I was the judge right now. Sorry, not sorry. I know that's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I'm sure I'm going to get some push back on it, but hey, enough is enough.
Unless I look better in the dark where you can't see me. So, it's better for the people in the back, they can't see me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break you for lunch now. There's one legal issue I just wanted a few minutes to discuss with the attorneys. I'm also going to, I'm going to be extra generous today. I'm going to extend the lunch to 1:35. It's not by much. So, but I want to be able to talk to the attorneys afterwards. Let's, we'll do 1:40. We'll come back, and then we're going to continue on until we're done with it today. Okay? So don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And I hope you have a nice lunch. Thank you all.
Breaking for lunch announcement. And the judge wants to talk to the attorneys. I don't know if we're going to hear that talk or if it will be on white noise. I will say that Monika Mastellone did not look pleased. I think it is frustrating when the judge cuts into whatever it is you're doing for a break or lunch, and it has happened for both the prosecution and the defense several times, especially if they're on a roll. Judge gets to set the timetable, so especially for breaks, and he's taking care of the jury. And it's important to make sure that they get their breaks and they get refreshed, they get their stretches in.
Okay, I'll ask for the attorneys to confer, and I'll see everybody at 1:30 so that we can get started and go over this last issue. Thank you.
Okay, so they're going to take the break and then talk about it after. So that's it until after lunch. Okay, we'll be back. I just want to say I'm really looking forward to the weekly recap that I do with Trial Live TV with the Squiggy of Justice, Chris, and we go over the whole week. It's been a short week. It's only going to be 3 days, but wow, was it full of information. And let's check out that great timeline that Chris has going over there, just documenting everything and some really good questions, a lively chat. I know most of you that follow me are actually on the replay crew. We'd go by video, so we don't do live chat, but if you get a chance, check in with them because it's a great chat, a lot of information back and forth, and it's just fun. I love true crime community. They just, they take to the facts. They ask good questions. They want the information, they're not being, no drama, no hype, just real, just true crime of, passionate people. It's so enjoyable. They're so friendly also. Chris and Aaron run a great channel over there, and I do recommend that you subscribe because it's great live trial coverage. And if you like a live chat, it's a really good one. So, all right, we're going to wait for them to come back.
I think I said earlier that I was going to stand up the next time you guys came out. That's wrong. Say that. I know. Listen. You guys got to hold me accountable.
You got a lot to deal with. It's all good.
That's my fault. Next time I'm standing.
As long as you feel that, we're good.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to allow everyone to sit down before we get started. So let's just give everyone a minute. Okay, Ms. Mastellone, when you're ready.
So, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We left off with, we were looking at a map of the area of 27 children, and we were discussing surveillance video, and I'm going to get back to that in a moment. But I wanted to first take a step back. You mentioned and you explained that this was a very collaborative approach, right? There's a lot of different investigators handling different aspects of the case, and all of the detectives you guys were having meetings and you're in contact and you're discussing the various moving parts of this case, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that comes with that method is information is coming in, in let's say piecemeal, correct?
I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes you get it right away. Sometimes it might come later at a briefing.
Let me ask a better question. That wasn't phrased very well. So what I'm asking is this. It's not like you start the investigation on November 20th and on November 21st, you have all of the information, all of the evidence of the day, right?
No, so.
There's ballistics and there's arson and there's DNA and there's canvassing, looking for surveillance videos. There's financial aspect to the case. And so as time moves forward, more and more information is learned, correct?
Yes. Sometimes information is relayed right away. Sometimes I'm present for it. Sometimes, somebody would call. Sometimes it takes a while for lab stuff. So yeah, throughout the entirety of the investigation, you continuously learn more information.
Right. And for example, if you subpoena something or you get a warrant for something, records, documents, information of some sort, maybe sometimes they respond in a day, but probably usually it takes a few weeks or it takes a few months or something along those lines, right?
Fair to say, yes.
And in this particular case, we're talking about November 2018, right?
Yes.
The investigation didn't stop in November of 2018. It continued, correct?
Absolutely.
And it continued for several months, right?
Yes.
And even several years.
Yes.
Additional information was learned in 2019, 2020, 2021 even, right?
Yeah, the investigation really never stops.
It never stops, right? So more information is learned. And in this case, we know that, so when you learn information, you meaning universal you of law enforcement, the detectives, the investigation team, you're obviously relaying that information to the prosecutors, right?
Most of the time.
Who are handling the case.
Yeah.
And then you know that they then relay the information to the defense, right?
That's the way I understand it works, yes.
It's the process of discovery, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're not calling me directly saying, hey, this is what we learned today, right? You're talking to them because you work in the same office, correct?
Correct.
And then it's not your job to tell me what's happening. You know that the state tells the defense, right?
Objects to relevance.
I'll allow it, but I'm not for long. Go ahead.
My only point, sir, is simply that as information is learned, you're learning it, they're learning it, and then we learn it, right?
I'm aware of the discovery process. You're correct. I don't discuss any facts or circumstances with you or information. Everything is done through the prosecutor. So, yes.
Okay. And now, going back to '27 Tilton, if I can have the front table again. So we've seen this map, right? The only question I have left for you is, can you've reviewed the reports in this case, you've collaborated, right? Can you point us to any report that talks about anyone canvassing these specific houses, house by house, and what the results were, whether contact was made, whether that house had any surveillance cameras or anything along those lines?
As I sit here, I cannot point to any specific thing other than saying that I know a canvass was done of the entire area. I can't point to any particular report as I sit here now, but I know a canvass was done of the area.
When you say you know a canvass was done, are you talking about like, you know that it was done generally? You don't know the specifics of what houses were went to and what the results were, correct?
I don't know the detail of every single house that was gone to, whether they had cameras, whether the cameras showed anything or not. I don't have that information.
You don't have that information, but you also can't point us to anywhere where it would tell us, right?
As I sit here, no, I cannot.
Now, you said you did review the surveillance video, the relevant surveillance videos in this case, correct?
Portions of them, yes.
Okay. And so you've seen the surveillance videos of the Porsche Macan, right, leaving the driveway, right?
Yes,
And turning, as we said, right onto Green Grove Road, right?
yes,
And then you've seen the surveillance videos where there's a car, you can't really tell exactly what kind of car it is. It's a car, 20 minutes later, arriving in the area of 15 Boulevard,
I'm gonna object
correct?
to the testimonial nature of that question. You can't tell what kind of car it was. It's facts that are in evidence that are being asserted.
I'll rephrase that.
Yeah,
The
please
video
do.
was not as clear, perhaps, as the 27 Tilton video, or the videos that were taken from the area of 27 Tilton, but there's a vehicle that arrives in the area of 15 Boulevard 20 minutes later, correct?
there is a vehicle that arrived. That video is not as clear, but as I detailed in my report, the taillights are consistent with that of a Porsche Macan.
Okay. And so we're talking about a 20-minute difference, right? Timeline-wise?
20 minutes being from surveillance on Green Grove to surveillance on Willowbrook.
Right, because we know from the surveillance video that the vehicle is leaving the area of 27 Tilton at approximately 2:07 a.m., right?
Correct.
And then we know that there's a vehicle arriving in the area of 15 Willowbrook or 44 Willowbrook is where we're getting surveillance video from at approximately 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but what we don't have is any videos, any surveillance videos that would follow the car from point A to point B, correct?
The only other video that we have is at 85 Willowbrook, down the street, but between that, we do not have video.
When you say 85 Willowbrook, you're talking it's right down the street from 15 Willowbrook, right?
Down the street, yes.
But we don't have any video in between, so we don't know, for example, the exact route that the car traveled, right?
The exact route, no.
We don't know if the car stopped anywhere, correct?
When I did the presumed route, or possible route, I should say, it was 20 minutes. Basically, it was 20 minit between point A and point B, meaning Tilton and Willowbrook. And that's the time from 2:07 to 2:27. So timing-wise, it's consistent. with
You
the vehicle
personally
not
drove the
stopping.
route, is that what you're saying?
I did not personally drive the route.
Oh, okay, so what are you referencing when you say it's approximately 20 minutes?
As I detailed in my report, I went on Google Maps and did a route from 27 Tilton to 15 Willowbrook.
Okay, we know from real life experience, sometimes it could be faster, sometimes it can be slower, correct?
Yeah, it's approximately 20 minutes.
Right, so what we don't know is whether the car, for example, was speeding, right? And maybe got there, maybe it only took 17 minutes, but it stopped for 3 minutes. That's my point, is we don't know what exactly happened from point A to point B, correct?
No, it's an approximation.
Right, and we don't know if the vehicle stopped and someone got in the car or anything like that, or out of the car. We don't have that information.
Sustained.
So with respect to surveillance video at the area of 15 Willowbrook. Oh, yeah, I think I can. Oh, yeah. I'm going to show what's been published as it's D1-317. Okay, so the video that we have of the vehicle arriving in the area of 15 Willowbrook, right? when the vehicle arrives at approximately 3:27 or so in the morning, it's driving from the
227.
Oh, I'm sorry, 227, yes. From 227, from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen, correct?
Arriving from the right side of the screen to the left, yes,
It's going from right to left.
correct.
And is that east to west, or is that west to east?
East to west.
It's going east to west, okay. And when what you don't see is the vehicle pulling into the driveway, correct?
No, ma'am.
And so the vehicle goes past the driveway, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the vehicle, we don't know where it goes after that, right?
There was no surveillance on the further west of the property. 44 Willowbrook is where the surveillance stopped.
Right. So like we don't know if the vehicle stopped on the side of the road here. We don't know if it pulled into this driveway. We don't know if it kept going. We just don't know.
Oh, based on the review of the 867, I didn't see any lights up towards the driveway. Again, the video doesn't get clear, but I also didn't see any lights up towards that way. So, I don't.
Which video are you referring to?
867 Route 34.
Okay, yeah, let's look at 867. You can just leave. So this is a still frame of the 867 view, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what are we looking at exactly? We're looking from the direction of the 867 structure toward Willowbrook, and that's the gate that you were referencing?
So that's the gate. So 15 Willowbrook would be more or less in the top. I'm looking at the screen, the top right, and that would be the driveway, and it would start, but it would go more towards the northwest direction, so up and towards the left of the screen.
So I guess what I'm asking is, I'm just gonna hold this up. May I approach?
Of course.
Okay, so we're looking at this map here, right? And this is 867.
That's a barn that's on the property, but yes.
Where's 867? Is it
The actual
here?
residence is down.
Down
further.
more? Okay. And this here is the long driveway that comes down from Willowbrook Road, correct?
Correct.
So the view that we're seeing,
Up the driveway, basically.
okay, but we can't see this long driveway on that video, correct?
No.
Okay, and the angle is facing this way is what you're saying?
Correct.
Up? Is the gate visible here or is it down further?
The gate would be right about there.
Here.
Correct.
Okay. And it doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't appear that we can see too far past that gate, right?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell how far past that gate you can see.
Okay. Did you get a daytime view by any chance?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you only have the nighttime view.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm gonna actually. Before we unplug that, can we capture that?
This is not marked. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, we just pulled up the video.
That's fine. So, all right, so we're gonna mark this. Mr. Murray, what's your next exhibit? Do you know?
So this is gonna be a photo exhibit?
Yeah.
This is gonna be D1-421.
All right. So just so that we're on on the same page here, can you circle where the gate is? Okay. And do you know where specifically the camera was located on the property?
Can you bring that up a little bit? It's my understanding that it was,
Hold on, wait. Circle that gate again. And then let me see if I can zoom out.
it was on the barn to the left that you barely see at the top there.
Okay. Can you just put like an X where you think the camera is approximately? Okay. And so if a vehicle pulled into this little side, this like right here in the beginning of that driveway, we can't see that on the video that we just saw, correct?
I don't know if you would be able to see it. If a vehicle pulled straight down, I don't know without seeing a car do that, whether or not I could see it.
Okay. You don't know whether looking at that frame that we just saw, you'd be able to see a car like here at the entrance of this driveway?
No, without anything to reference, I wouldn't be able to say you could or couldn't see it.
Okay. And you never got a daytime view to see what exactly you could see?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that is 317.5. Lieutenant, do you mind just undoing that? Thank you, sir.
By the way, if you keep going left, I think you testified about this under act, but maybe like a little bit further down, there's, you could make a left onto 34.
Left or right, but yes.
Left or right. Okay. But if you made a left, you'd be going back toward Ocean Township.
I don't know if I would say that.
Didn't you get surveillance video from a BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of getting the surveillance video from the BP gas station was to see if you could see the McCann, right, the Porsche McCann, driving past it on, I think, Route 34 to see which route the McCann took, correct?
Well, we pull video to see if there's anything of relevance, first of all. But second of all, that would have been once we pulled it, that would have been one of the things we were looking to ascertain was if we could see the vehicle.
Okay. And you didn't see the McCann on the BP gas station video, correct?
The video was not of clarity that I would be able to tell any video, but I did not see anything that I felt was consistent with it, no.
Okay. There was nothing, in your opinion, of evidentiary value, correct?
On that camera, no.
But there were cars driving past the gas station during this relevant time frame, right?
There was.
Okay. And those cars were not of interest to you. Tell me if I'm wrong. Those cars were not of interest to you because they didn't appear to look like the McCann, or is there some other reason why those cars were not of interest to you?
I did not see any car that resembled the Porsche Macan.
And like you said, in the videos we do have of 867, we don't suddenly see like headlights or anything like that, right?
I did not see anything on that video when I reviewed it.
When you reviewed it, right? So if you don't see headlights and the car's driving, would you agree that that would either mean you can't see it on the video or the car had to stop before them?
Objection, speculation.
It is. Because there's more ways than just those two.
Are there other ways? But what other ways are there?
Ways for what, ma'am?
I'm not sure.
Come on up.
Excellent
I'll tell you exactly what I
objection,
meant.
by the way. Little frustrating here. And making a list of questions for later tonight in the recap. Yeah, I really want to hear from you guys in the comments about today's testimony. Wow, we got a lot. And, well, defense also is harping on some things. And, well, I don't know. One question is, if you see the Porsche Macan leaving Paul Caneiro's driveway when he has already given a statement that he was sound asleep in his bed at a particular time, why would you actually find it pertinent that there are cars passing a gas station that are not the Porsche Macan? Of course, they're focused on only looking for cars that resemble it. And they don't care about a station wagon or a van or a truck or any other car that's passing any other camera. They're specifically looking for the one that left Paul Caneiro's driveway. This kind of muddying the water, well, it's disingenuous, in my humble opinion, of course. Disingenuous, because I don't want my taxpayer money going to law enforcement chasing wild claims when they're looking for something specific. I am actually happy they didn't track down hundreds of other cars. I am. I know that sounds a little weird, and I can't believe I have to say it, but I am. I'm curious. How do you guys feel about that? When you've got an actual investigation and you have evidence against a suspect, yes, you should take credible leads. But every single thing out there, no, that is not good investigation. It's not. Relevant information is what's needed. And I do love his answer before about him knowing the process of discovery, because what Monika Mastellone tried to do earlier was also very disingenuous.
I apologize to juror number 5 because I know how much you hate that. I apologize. Number 2, the only thing that I ask, I realize it gets boring when we're at the sidebar, but everything's being picked up. So if you guys are too loud, then I don't know if they're picking up everything the way that they should be here. So I just ask if you don't mind. You can chat. I get it. Just if you guys can just keep it down for me a little bit, I really appreciate that. All right. With that being said, Ms. Mastellone, I'm going to allow you to rephrase your question.
Okay. Tell me if I'm wrong. Your investigation, right, pursuant to your investigation where there's video of this vehicle that you deem relevant, right, because it arrives in the area at a specific time and you Google mapped it. The investigative belief is that the vehicle is somewhere in this area at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to 15 Willowbrook area. There was no 911 call ever placed that night from 15 Willowbrook, correct?
From 15, no.
Right. Like, in other words, there was no 911 call that originated from Pete's phone, correct?
No.
No 911 call that ever originated from Jennifer's phone?
No.
And neither of the children either, correct?
No.
But you've been to 15 Willowbrook, correct?
I have.
And you're familiar with the layout, right? Of the area?
Of the area, yes.
And of like the general area of the house?
Yes.
And so we've seen photos, and perhaps you'd agree that the master bedroom has like a sliding glass door.
I don't remember the sliding glass door specifically, but I wouldn't argue with you.
Do you recall that there's like a balcony outside of the master bedroom on the second floor?
Actually, I don't without seeing a picture of it.
Do you recall whether the master bedroom is essentially right over the area of where Keith Caneiro's was found? Can I?
Where Keith's body was found in the yard?
Yes.
No.
I'm showing what's been already published as D1-283. Lieutenant, do you recognize this area that I'm pointing to? It's the the sliding glass door in the second floor as the master bedroom of the house?
I believe you are correct, yes.
Okay. And I misspoke. I meant, so there were shell casings found approximately in this area here?
No.
No.
The shell casings were found further up to you're essentially looking at the southwest corner of the house. The shell casings were found to the northwest.
Can you see in the photograph where the shell casings were found?
No.
You can't see it at all?
No.
Okay. Either way, there were no 911 calls placed that night, correct?
From this residence? No.
Yeah, that's what I meant. And Jennifer Caneiro, her phone was never found, correct?
Correct.
And so obviously the information from it was never extracted.
Correct.
And we know that there was a lot of sifting through debris in this case. There was removal of debris and more sifting, extensive searches, and the phone was never located, correct?
It was not.
Now, obviously, if we had the phone, right, if we were able to do an extraction, there's a lot of information that could have been learned, right?
From the phone.
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah, let's, please.
We know generally a phone extraction contains a lot of information about the phone, correct? Just generally.
It generally contains information.
Right.
I don't know.
We heard testimony, it can contain text messages and calls and internet searches and applications and when it's in use and things of that nature, right?
Potentially, if it's able to be extracted, yes.
Right, if there's a successful extraction, there's categories of information that could be learned, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, and without the phone, you obviously can't do that, right?
No.
But what you can do is you can subpoena or get a warrant or something for phone records, correct?
We could, yes.
And phone records do not provide as much information as an extraction would, right?
Not even close.
Not even close, okay. But what it does tell us, right, is more basic information, like when calls are placed, when calls are received, when text messages are sent, and when text messages are received, correct?
It does, yes.
Like it doesn't give you the content, but it'll give you this basic timeline of information,
If
right?
they're using, if those messages are using cell connection, yes, versus data connection.
Okay, and there's also applications that wouldn't register in a phone record, correct?
Correct.
For example, if you're using WhatsApp, right, that's not going to show up in your Verizon, T-Mobile, or AT&T phone records, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so my only point is that phone records contain records of when a text message, normal text messages are sent and received, as well as phone calls, correct?
Yes.
But also, you can obtain cell site information, correct?
Yes.
And what that means is that if the phone is being used or not necessarily actively used, but if it's receiving information, if there's data, like if a text message is received or a phone call is received, that can bounce off of a cell tower, correct?
If the phone is powered on and in proper working order, you can get cell tower information.
Okay, right, let's agree that the phone would have to be on, right? And if the phone is on, phone records can be helpful because they can tell us the general vicinity of where the phone is, correct?
It gives you cell tower information.
It doesn't tell you the exact location of the phone, right? But if a phone, it can tell you whether a phone is perhaps in a totally different town or a few towns over, correct?
If it's hitting off, whatever tower it's hitting off, it would tell you where that tower is, yes.
Right, like generally speaking.
Yes.
It's like there's like a circle or a U around the area, right? Something to that effect.
Yeah, something.
Okay. And so in this case though, phone records for Jennifer Caneiro's phone were never obtained, correct?
They were not.
So we don't know whether the phone was on or off, right?
As I sit here, no,
And we don't know whether the phone traveled anywhere, correct?
I don't know.
And we also know that Jennifer Caneiro's phone was not found at Mr. Paul Caneiro's house, right?
It was not.
And since we're on the topic of applications of text messaging type applications that aren't your traditional text message, you did have the opportunity to review Keith Caneiro's cell phone extraction, correct?
I did.
And so you know that Keith Caneiro had a variety of chat applications on his phone that were not traditional text messaging, correct?
I know he had WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger. That's only two that off the top of my head I recall.
Okay, and I can show you this if it'll refresh your recollection, but I can try asking you and maybe you'll remember. If not, I'll show it to you. Do you recall that he also had Snapchat?
I don't recall seeing that.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what's being marked as D127. Can I approach?
Sure.
Do you recognize this as a Celebrate extraction report?
I do.
Okay. I'm just gonna have you flip through it. Okay. So does that help refresh your recollection that on Keith Caneiro's Google phone, because he didn't have an iPhone, right?
He did not.
He had like the Google-based phone.
He had a Google phone, yes.
On his phone, he had Snapchat, which is listed as number 2 on the front page.
Well, I don't actually see anything that indicates, other than that it's a Google Android generic extraction report. I don't see anything specific to Keith Caneiro on this report.
So when you pull an extraction report, it doesn't always give you that information on the face page, does it? I can pull up the actual extraction if that'll help. Or do you want to accept that that's his phone?
I've always seen that front page, and then there's other content that, you can determine. I'm just telling you from what I see right here, there's nothing on here that specifically says this is Keith Caneiro's extraction report.
I understand it doesn't say I can pull out the actual extraction on my laptop for you to view, if that'll make you feel more comfortable. Or do you want to accept that this is from his phone?
I accept it. I'm just letting you know that I don't actually see anything.
Okay, but it does say Google Android phone at the top.
It does.
There, right? And we know that he was the individual in this case that had the Google phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. So he had Snapchat, right?
That is an application, yes.
And he had Instagram. That's number 4.
Yes.
And he had, looks like, Google Hangouts, right?
Yes.
Google Plus.
Yes.
We flip to the next page. The following page is Google Duo.
Yes.
It's number 11.
Yes.
Number 12 is he has Signal,
Yes.
and number 13 is WhatsApp,
Yes.
and then it looks like number 14 is just like it's just called Messenger,
Yes.
and 16 is Google Hangouts.
Yes.
Okay. So can we agree? And obviously you had the opportunity to look at Keith Caneiro's phone, correct?
I did.
But these are examples of messaging applications that would be, at least some of these would be encrypted, correct?
Some of them are, yes.
Like when you go on the extraction, you can't see the messages from WhatsApp, right?
No, I believe you can.
On Keith Caneiro's phone.
Yes.
What about Signal? Can you see the messages from Signal?
I don't know, but I also don't remember seeing any messages on his phone with Signal either.
Okay. So if Detective Magliese testified that we don't have that information, is he wrong, or are you certain that this information is on Keith's phone?
That there's WhatsApp information?
Like the actual content of these messages?
There was chats that I believe I saw on WhatsApp.
Okay. Can we agree that there are messaging applications on his phone that we don't have the content of those messages?
I can say that I don't recall seeing any Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
Okay. So if those applications were in use, right? If Signal or WhatsApp or Snapchat, for example, were in use during the relevant time frame, we wouldn't know what was said.
I don't know that for sure.
You don't know whether we would know what was said?
Objection, asked and answered.
Can you come on up, please?
I think asked and answered is a valid objection here. He said that if those apps are on the phone, he's not aware of messages in them. And I ask you all, is it possible to have an app on your phone that you don't use for messaging that is there? And is it unusual to have Signal if you're in the tech business and have clients that you need to keep messaging confidential? Not like he's an attorney and has to disclose everything. This witness has answered several times. I did not see any messages from any other apps but this and this. Doesn't mean he's saying that he wasn't aware the apps were there. And she's not claiming there are any messages. And as the defense, they could have subpoenaed them themselves. Did they? Do they have them? What is she actually pointing to? She's being very vague. She's not showing anything. She's not asking him about particular messages. And I caught her saying if several times. You know, at this point, I think it's more about clouding to the jury opinion, showing them what we don't know so that they don't focus on the evidence of what we do know. DNA, ballistics, 2 home fires considered arson, an affidavit, a statement to the police that is contrary to his actual movements of the day, he, being Paul Caneiro, purposely misguiding the police from the get-go. Okay, they're standing as if the jury is leaving. So I don't know if he's calling a break or he wants to have a discussion with the attorneys outside of the jury's presence. The judge is not there. Okay, it does appear that, judge is not on the stand. I guess they announced a break while it was muted that I wasn't aware of.
Make sure I didn't forget. All right, we're ready to continue. Ms. Mastellone, when you're ready.
Lieutenant, you do recall that cell phone extractions sometimes take a little while to load, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so while Keats is loading, I'm gonna ask you about Katie Caneiro's cell phone extraction. Okay? So Katie is Mr. Caneiro's daughter, correct?
Yes.
And the morning of November 20th, 2018, right? You weren't at 27 Tilton, correct?
I was not.
But you were made aware who was there, right? As far as Mr. Paul Caneiro and his family.
Yes.
Okay. And in Katie's cell phone extraction, which you said you reviewed the relevant time frames of like November 20th, right?
I reviewed a portion of her phone, yes.
Okay. So in her call log for the morning of November 20th, 2018, between the hours of 9:37 a.m. and 12:53 p.m., so we're talking about a little more than a 3-hour time frame, Katie Caneiro placed 21 phone calls to either Keith or Jennifer Caneiro, correct?
I don't know that for sure. I would have to look at the extraction to say for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as D128. And do you recognize that document as an extraction report?
Yes.
Okay. And in this report, if you want to read through it, it has, you can see the context of who's being called and who's calling, correct?
To and from, yes.
Right, so for example, you can see calls to Aunt Jen, and you can see calls to Uncle Keith's home, right? You can see those calls being placed.
Yes.
Okay. And would you accept my representation that there's 21 total calls? Or do you want to count them?
Again, there's no details because it just says outgoing or missed. It doesn't have the actual other side of it. So it says who it's going to. So once again, you're saying that this is Paul's daughter's phone, but
right. So are you
there's nothing
disagreeing that it's Paul's daughter's phone? How about this? Do you see an entry? It's number 8 on the first page.
Okay.
And it says the call is from Dad.
Yes.
Okay. And the phone number is Paul Caneiro's phone number, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it says, if you did phone extractions for Paul's daughters, and in this extraction log, there's a call from Dad, and it's Paul Caneiro, does that help you recall that this is a phone extraction from one of his daughters?
Yes.
Okay. The other alternative is I could pull up her phone extraction as well. So do you want to accept that this is Katie Caneiro's phone extraction?
I will trust that it is.
Okay. And will you also accept my representation that between 9:37 a.m. and 12:53 p.m., there was a total of 21 calls placed to either Keith Caneiro or Jennifer Caneiro?
Without counting them, I would trust that what you're saying is accurate.
So that's 21 calls within a little more than a 3-hour time period, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know that there were text messages sent from Keith's phone between 3:14 a.m. and 3:18 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And those messages were sent to Paul.
Yes.
And those are regular text messages, so we have them, we know they exist, right?
Yes.
And you've seen them.
Yes.
And one of those text messages indicates that, it's in evidence, we've seen them, that Keith is telling Paul, my power is out, and I'm gonna go check the generator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we also know that Keith is found outside on his lawn, right?
Yes.
And we know that there were gunshots at approximately 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I believe this report said they were around 3:26, but yes.
Okay, we'll get to that. Approximately 3:30 in the morning, maybe including 3:26. There's gunshots, right?
Yes.
So the belief is that Mr. Keith Caneiro was shot at approximately that time, right? On the front lawn.
Yes.
And so there's text messages coming from his phone at around between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m. And then we hear the gunshots at approximately 3:30-ish, right? And he's also in the clothes that he's found in, he's fully dressed, correct?
Yes.
Right, he's wearing like a windbreaker, right?
Yes.
Jacket and a hoodie. Is a hood up?
Yes.
And he had keys and a wallet.
Yes.
And he's wearing pants.
Yes.
Sneakers. And we also know that Paul's phone was plugged in at his house during this time frame, correct?
Yes.
And we know that not just because of the extraction that was performed by Detective McLarisi, but you were personally in contact with Detective Hauger from the FBI, correct?
Yes.
And they confirmed that the phone was never left Paul Caneiro's house that night.
Special Agent Hager said that his phone was connected to a femto cell, basically a personal cell site, from 3:07 in the afternoon till 4:57 in the morning.
And what that means is sometimes when a person has bad cell phone service, the carrier provides them with like their own little self-service.
It's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's what Detective Hauger explained. And one of the things that was found in this case in the backpack of the Cayenne, right, was what's called a FLIR, correct?
Yes.
You testified about it at the grand jury, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with it.
I know what it is. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm familiar with it, but.
If you know what it is, you're familiar with what it is, right?
I've never used it, is my point.
Okay. But you know what it is. So you know that it is, the FLIR it's like an external application where you plug it into your phone and then you can see like thermal imaging, correct?
From what I understand, yes.
gonna show what I believe has already been published as D1 329. Okay. You've seen this before, correct?
I don't believe I have, no.
Oh, okay. So you haven't seen all of the evidence in this case? You haven't seen the items that were seized from Mr. Caneiro's?
No, as I testified earlier, I've seen some of the evidence in this case, but not every individual piece. I'm aware that this was located, but I don't believe I ever physically saw it.
And you're aware that this piece that sticks out here is what plugs into the phone?
It would make sense to me, yes.
Okay. So can we agree you need a phone to use it?
I would agree, yeah. But I also don't know if it would be any phone either. I don't know if you need to have cell service to it or anything along those lines.
You need a phone.
I would say a device, yes. I don't know if it connects to an iPad, AirPod, I mean, any of those things, or an old phone or anything like that. I guess my point is I don't know if you actually need a working cellular phone in order to use that device.
Okay. You need something.
You need something.
It's not something that you attach to a gun, for example, is my point.
No.
Or that you can, it's not like goggles, like it's not like you're wearing them on your head and you can see.
Look like you could do that.
You testified on direct about the Nest cameras, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you subpoenaed, or was it a subpoena or a warrant?
That was a search warrant.
A search warrant, okay. You got a warrant for the various Nest cameras at Keith Caneiro's house, correct?
Yes.
And you got a response from them.
Yes.
And they provided cameras for the inside of the house. They provided videos for the inside of the house, but not the one from outside.
They provided the response to our search warrant, and that's what they provided, was clips from inside the house. Yes.
Right, they did not provide any clips from outside the house.
They did not.
Okay. Did you ever follow up with them to ascertain if it was something that was missed or overlooked, or see if you could get the clips from outside the house?
Their response was that they sent us what they had pursuant to our search warrant.
Okay. That was their initial response, right?
As far as I know, that was the only response.
Okay, because there was no follow-up after that, right?
No, they sent us what they had.
Okay, and you accepted it?
Yes.
So I'm gonna publish Mr. Marc as D1-422.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
This is a notification from Nest to Keith Caneiro, kcaneiro@gmail.com, where it indicates that his side door camera is offline and it was disconnected at 2:52 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay, So we do know that the camera was working, right?
Yes.
Now, in all of the surveillance video that you've reviewed outside of 27 Tilton itself, right? So you reviewed video from the area of 27 Tilton from a couple of neighbors' houses, right? I think it was 19 Oxford was one of them.
I looked at 19 Oxford, yes, and Green Grove. I believe there was one more.
And then there was video from 15 Willowbrook, from 44 Willowbrook.
44 and 85, yes.
44 and 85. And then there's also the Wise video that we saw today from Keith's house, correct?
Yes.
Now, in none of those videos can you actually see let's start with the area of 27 Tilton, right? We have videos of the car leaving the area, right?
Yes.
But you can't see who's driving the car. You can't see who's in the car, right?
No.
And you can't see people around Mr. Caneiro's house getting into the car or anyone getting into the car. You can't see it. It's too dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the videos that we have near the area of 15 Willowbrook, once again, quality's not great. You can't see who's driving that car, right?
No.
And we saw the video today. You can see it's a person, right? You can see it's a figure. But it's through the frosted garage door, right?
Correct.
We heard in the jail calls so the first call that we heard was from December 5th, correct?
I believe that was the date.
And that's approximately 1 week after Mr. Caneiro was charged in this case with the murders of his family and the arsons, correct?
Approximately, yes, 6 days.
Okay, so he's calling the office, right, in Asbury Park, and he's speaking to the office manager, Tiffany Rivera.
Yes.
And just one moment. We heard in, I believe it was that call, that Corey was involved, he was getting involved with the businesses, right?
He was helping run the business at that time, yes.
Okay. Corey wasn't an owner of the businesses, right?
As far as I know, no.
As far as you know, because you investigated the case, the businesses were owned by Paul and by Keith, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, from the call, we know that Corey is now at the business with Tiffany Rivera, and he's orchestrating things related to the business.
Yes.
And we also know that in one of these calls, he's speaking to his wife, Susan, right?
Yes.
And there's a point in the call where he says they're having a conversation and he says he only has an hour, right?
Yes.
During the course of the conversation, she says, you have to shower during your free hour. And Paul says, yeah, do everything on my free hour, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so these phone calls that he's making, it's during his hour, right?
At least that particular one.
Okay. And he's talking to his wife, right? And
Yes.
and he's checking Rivera at the business, right?
Yes.
And he's trying to gauge what's happening, right, with the business.
Yes.
When it comes to Corey Caneiro, you were aware that Corey had knowledge of the trust, right?
Sorry, say that one more time.
With respect to Corey Caneiro, you're aware through your investigation that Corey Caneiro had knowledge of the trust.
I'm aware that Corey had knowledge of the trust at some point. I don't know when he learned of the trust. So,
At some point prior to November 20th.
I don't know what his knowledge of that trust was.
So I'm not asking you what his knowledge was. I'm just asking you, to confirm that you were aware through your investigation prior to November 20th that Corey Caneiro had knowledge of the trust, that he had just had knowledge of it.
I think that's safe to say, yes. He was on emails that were forwarded that referenced the trust, so I believe he had some knowledge of the trust.
Right. So in other words, what you're referencing, we've heard testimony about this. Keith Caneiro there's messages between Keith and Paul, and Keith forwards about the trust, and Keith forwards them to Corey, correct?
Yes.
You also saw the WISE videos in this case,
I did.
and you know, based on your review, that after Keith speaks to Paul that night, he then calls Corey and relays to him some substance of the conversation with respect to Paul and the trust, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to Corey, you never did an extraction of his cell phone, correct?
I did not.
And there was no search of his computers or electronic devices or anything like that?
There was not.
There was no review of his finances?
There was not.
However, you were aware during the course of your investigation that with respect to the trust, right, that Corey was a beneficiary, right?
At some point, I learned that both him and Paul were beneficiaries of the trust.
Well, when you say at some point, you testified about it at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And that was in February of 2019, correct?
Yes.
A few months after this is happening, within the first few months of your investigation.
Yes.
You knew this information.
Certainly by February, I can't remember exactly when I learned of the trust.
My question wasn't exactly when, sir. My question was simply, at some point, let's say within the first few months of your investigation, because you testified about it under oath in February, you knew that Corey was a 50% beneficiary, correct?
Yes.
And we're talking by February of 2019, right?
Yes.
Okay. And despite that, and when we say a beneficiary, we're talking about the life insurance policy worth $3 million, correct?
It's my understanding that's what it was, yes.
And despite that, there was no further investigation to follow that money, correct?
No, there was not.
Okay. And you also did have information in the course of your investigation that Corey was experiencing financial distress, correct?
I do not know what Corey's financial situation was before, and I don't know what it is now.
Did you, when you say you don't know, you are aware that there was a phone extraction done of Elisa Caneiro, correct?
Objection. This was asked and answered.
Come on up.
Another sidebar. I knew that they were going to go in on the Corey part again. Absolutely. In all of the interviews, and I saw in 2018, 2019, and as this case progressed through pre-trial, they did check Corey Caneiro's alibi. They did check on information. He was cooperating with the police. He spoke to the police by phone on the day of, in that evening, in person. The actual detectives traveled to where he was in Pennsylvania with his kids. He'd been open. He's given several testimonies and worked with them. And as of today, while Paul Caneiro is in trial, Corey Caneiro is operating as the trustee for the estate, and he is also keeping both businesses running for that estate. This is of benefit to Paul Caneiro's family and to the extended family of Jennifer and Keith. There is a civil lawsuit coming up saying that perhaps some of that money has been mismanaged. I'm not so sure. If they say that Corey Caneiro bought an expensive home after, well, if he was entitled to $1.5 million, why wouldn't he? If he straightened out his finances and he got a really nice home, which I'm sure he has a mortgage on. It doesn't mean mismanagement of funds. I understand that both families are very, very upset and that this is a horrible situation to go through. But if he inherited that money through the estate, why couldn't he use it? And as of now, he's doing what he can to keep the business going. Paul Caneiro has not been deemed guilty of anything yet. His fraud charges are wrapped up in this murder charge. There could be restitution if he's found guilty of those fraud charges in regards to the trust and in regards to the disability claims. The judge could order restitutions in certain amounts because they are considered, the insurance company in the Social Security Administration, aggrieved plaintiffs. And so there would be the two life insurance disability policies in the Social Security Administration that would be looking for restitution should he be found guilty of those charges. Now, the private insurance companies can do a separate civil suit. They are not bound to only get what the court redeems as restitution. They can sue for the rest. The way we see it now, should he be found guilty of those particular charges, he will be facing other legal consequences after.
Sir, did you review Elisa Caneiro's phone extraction?
A portion of it.
Okay, when you say a portion of it, are you talking about a specific time frame? Are you talking about a specific application? And I don't want you to tell me what you read. I don't want, that's hearsay. I just want to know generally what you looked at. Was it an application when you say a portion? Was it a time frame?
Specifically, it was the day of the 19th and the 20th.
19th into the 20th. Okay. So when you say the 19th into the 20th, you're talking about you review text messages?
Typically, I would do the timeline because there's a feature in Cellbrite that allows you to go to a specific timeline.
So everything?
It brings up everything in for that day. Basically, if you jump from a text message to a web search to a phone call, whatever, it's literally the timeline of what your phone's doing. That's usually what I do in a situation like this, and that's what I did here. I just went to the timeline and scrolled through the timeline to see what was occurring that day.
Okay, so let's back up. So we talked about how in a cell phone extraction, there's a lot of information that can be learned, right? Because there's text messages between that person who owns the phone and as many people as they're talking to for as long as they've had that, the data is kept in the phone, correct?
Yes,
I mean, cell phone extractions can be years worth of information, right?
sure.
They can, 20, just as an example, if you extracted a phone in 2026, you might get information dating back to 2015, like 10 years ago.
Theoretically, yeah.
Right. So there's a lot of data in the phone. There's a lot of messages. There can be a lot of phone calls, right?
Yes,
And in a cell phone extraction, unlike cell phone records, you can view the content of the text messages, right? You can see what is said.
yes,
And you also can see photographs, right?
you can.
You can see videos, right?
You can.
Sometimes people have, like, they have documents kept in their phone, correct?
Yes,
Some people do, right?
sure, yes.
And there's like a notes application, right? You can see a variety of applications in the person's phone that may or may not be using.
Yes,
You can even see location data, for example, right?
you can.
There's a lot of information to be learned.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
and you're telling us that in this case, the only 2 days that you looked at in the entirety of Elisa Caneiro's phone was on the 19th and the 20th of November of 2018, those 2 days only.
My scrolling through her phone, that was what I focused on because that was the relevant portion to this investigation.
Okay, you decided that was the relevant portion to this investigation, correct?
I did.
And do you know let me just phrase it this way. Because you did not look past November 19th and 20th of 2018, you don't know what's in the rest of that phone.
I did not go through the phone in its entirety. No.
And you also, so in addition to not extracting Corey Caneiro's phone, not searching his devices or reviewing his finances, there was no search of his home, correct?
No, definitely not.
No search of his vehicles, correct?
No.
And there was no, we talked about this earlier, there's no recorded interview of Corey Caneiro as far as a video or audio or anything like that, right?
No, the initial interview that I did was in Bethlehem PD, and that was just an interview, not recorded. And then the second was memorialized, though, on a type statement.
And you never, obviously, I think you never obtained his DNA, correct?
No.
When you interviewed him, you never asked him any questions about the trust at all.
Not as far as anything other than forwarding me the emails. That was the only discussion of the trust.
Right. And
Again, at that point, I didn't even know about the trust.
okay. What you're telling us is Corey Caneiro forwarded you some emails related to Keith and Paul and the trust, correct?
At my request, yes.
Okay, at your request.
Yes.
And when you say at your request, but you learned of them, right? Before you requested them.
During the course of my interview with Corey in Bethlehem Police Department.
I don't want you to tell us what was said, because that's hearsay. The question is simply, obviously you can only request of something that you learn of, right?
That's what I was going to say. During the interview, I learned of these emails, requested, he forwarded them to me, and he did right away.
Okay. And you learned about them from Corey, obviously, because you're talking to him.
Yes.
Okay. And other than that, there were no additional, that was not a topic of conversation with Corey Caneiro. You didn't ask him anything else about the trust.
No, those emails and.
It's just a yes or no. There was no other conversation about that, right?
He's asked a question, he's trying to explain.
Yeah. I think we should give the witness the opportunity to answer. I didn't think it was a yes or no, but if you frame the question with a yes or no at the end and he doesn't answer it that way, I agree with you, Ms. Mastellone, in the future.
Sir, the question is simply, other than those emails, there was no other further questioning to Corey Caneiro about the trust, about his knowledge of the trust or anything related to the trust.
At that point, no.
And you were at 15 Willowbrook earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
At Keith's house. And you got there at approximately, what, 1:30 you said?
1:45?
1:45. You never saw Corey there that day, right?
No.
And to your knowledge, he was not there.
To my knowledge, no.
So, in this case, we know that there's two different weapons used, correct?
Yes.
There's a firearm and then there's a knife, right?
Correct.
Obviously not the same. And we also know that there's there's information about two people outside of Mr. Paul Caneiro's house at 4:30 in the morning, correct?
So that information you're talking about from Ms. Cap?
And Jonathan Harrington.
I'm aware of that information.
Okay. And were you aware that did you look at the jeans in this case that were found in the basement?
I saw them initially, and then I saw them once again when they came back from the lab.
Okay. And were you aware, was it ever your impression that there was actually two pairs of jeans?
No.
And we also know that it's suspected that the McCann was used, right? That vehicle.
Yes.
I mean, we have the videos, right?
Yes.
There's no blood in that car, right?
There was no blood found, but the canine did hit in the back of the car.
Well, you didn't visually observe any blood, right?
I did not know.
And you didn't perform any confirmatory testing to see if there was any blood?
I wouldn't do that anyway, but no.
When you say you wouldn't do it?
That would be our forensics, so we do that.
Okay. But when you're collaborating and you're talking and you're coordinating with all of the different investigators in the investigation team, did it ever dawn on you that, perhaps that's something you'd want to know? Because can we agree that canines are often right, but not 100% of the time?
Objection.
Yeah, it's sustained.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
rephrase it. Canines are a locating tool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so oftentimes you do confirmatory testing with a lab, right? You do DNA, trace evidence, things of that nature.
I don't do any of that, but forensics and the lab do test things, yes.
Okay, right. When I say you, I mean universal you. So law enforcement, investigators, generally, that's something that they would normally do, right?
Test evidence?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, did you ever at any point say to the forensic guys to vote, to Catalona, to your supervisors, to any of the investigators on the team, hey, we haven't observed blood in this car. We don't see anything. We tried with a light. We tried with the blue star. Can we test it for DNA?
Judge, objection, they said they did test it.
Was my recollection that they actually did test it, but it came back as nothing but it's the jury's recollection that controls as it relates to that issue. If you know. Mr.
I'm sorry,
Lieutenant, go ahead.
can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Lieutenant, I'm gonna clarify my question. The canine hit on the back of the car, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the inside of the car. That's what I meant. So the inside of the car, right, there was no blood.
Not that I'm aware of.
And when I say there was no blood, I mean, it wasn't visually observed, right?
Correct.
It was processed with various forensic tools like USAR and light technology.
I don't know specifically what they did, but that would make sense.
And it was never tested. It was never like swabbed and tested for DNA or anything like that, right?
I don't know what they did as far as testing. I wouldn't be able to sit here and say specifically what they did or didn't do.
And the back area, the license plate that was tested was negative.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So even though the canine hit, it was still negative.
The canine hit in the back part of the car. I wouldn't be able to testify what the canine hit on or didn't hit on. If it was residual odor, if it was something specific, I don't know.
Okay. My only
I
point
wasn't
is
there and I'm not the canine handler, so.
no, you're just the lead investigator. And my only point is there was no blood in the car, right?
As far as I know, no.
And when you say that you reviewed the evidence in this case, some of it, did you ever, you said you looked at the pants?
Yes,
The pair of pants that was sent to the lab and they,
the jeans.
right, that pair of jeans with the blood on them, right?
Yes,
And you're aware that they were able to determine the size of the pants?
I am.
Okay. And Judge, can we approach?
Sure.
I can only imagine the frustration of, well, just everyone in the courtroom right now. I don't think this plays well for the jury. The questions aren't direct. Some of it is pertinent, absolutely pertinent. They should be bringing up other parties that weren't investigated or why they were chosen not to be investigated. But I'm actually really interested in redirect at this point, because that will show us what areas they feel that may have been exposed to the jury and could be damaging to their case in the eyes of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's just a piece of evidence that I want to look at before you get a chance to look at it. So let's do our mid-afternoon break right now. I apologize, we're running a little bit late on that. I'm hoping to keep you right on the tight window, but it'll be somewhere around 3:45, maybe a little bit before. Thank you all. Please don't discuss this case or do any research.
Okay, I'm going to be checking some evidence before they go forward. I believe Monika Mastellone wants to go to an area and he wants to check it before it becomes an issue in the courtroom in front of the jury, which is smart. It's very smart. So taking the afternoon break, and we'll be back when they return.
We lost our witness.
He's tired, he ran away. Never mind.
Okay, we addressed that issue outside the presence of the jury. We now have the jury back in the room. Ms. Mastellone, you can continue.
Sir, I just want to go over the timeline with you.
Okay.
Okay? So if we can start, maybe just like half of them, maybe. At 2:07 a.m., that's when
Let me stop you for 1 second. Can you just turn off the portrait one? Yep, that one right there. You got it. That turns off that light. Go ahead.
So at 2:07 a.m., that's when we see the vehicle leaving 27 Tilden, correct? On surveillance video.
Yes.
Okay. And at approximately 2:27, we see the vehicle arrive in the area of 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw the videos today of at approximately 2:35 a.m. is when we see the light appear outside of the garage, and we see like the silhouette of a person.
Correct.
Okay. And there's some back and forth, right? We see the figure go one way and then the person goes the other way. We hear some noises, things of that nature, right?
Subject goes to the side of the electrical panel first, to the generator, back to the electrical panel.
In the direction of, right?
In the direction.
And we know that the video stops, I think it's 59 milliseconds. So in other words, 2:51.
2:51.
And that's when the video ends, and it's not just the video we saw, it's when all of the cameras stop working, right?
Yes.
And between 2:35 and 2:51, like we mentioned, we see the person's just going, he's just in the area outside of the garage, right?
Going back and forth from either side, yes.
And at 2:52 a.m., Verizon alerts of that there's a loss of power to the ONT, correct?
Now, the first alert at 2:52 for Verizon was loss of power to the ONT, yes. And then
Now, that coincides with the 2:51, right? Essentially, power's lost.
yes,
Like, the video stops working, and now there's a loss of power to the house, right?
following the subject going back and forth outside, yes.
I'm not disagreeing with you, sir. I'm just asking what happened at 2:52, okay?
Yes.
So we also know that between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m., that's when the text messages are sent from Keith's phone to Paul's phone, correct?
Correct.
Also, at 3:18 a.m. is when we know that Robert Block, who works at Square One, the business is alerted that the servers are down.
Correct.
We know that at approximately 3:30 a.m., whether it's, so we know that dispatch recorded the receiving the call at 3:33, correct?
Yes.
And we know that the dispatch reported that the gunshots were heard at 3:31, correct?
No, I would disagree with that. The time of the call was 3:31. The time of the dispatch was 3:33.
Okay.
Just,
Okay. We know that it was approximately 3:30 a.m., right?
that the call was made. Yes. Well, that's the call, but the gunshots, I would put, if you're building the timeline, I would do 3:26 for the time of the gunshots, because that's what time Mr. Kapoor estimated he heard the gunshots.
So, Mr. Kapoor reported that he heard the gunshots 1 minute later, correct? That's actually what he reported. That he heard the gunshots and then called 1 minute later. That's what he said.
I believe in Detective Mahoney's report, he says that he heard them at 3:26.
Okay, he said he heard them at 3:26, right? And called 1 minute later at 3:27, correct?
No, I believe he told me when I talked to him that he laid down and kind of thought about it for a minute or two and then called.
Sorry, did you spoke to Dennis Kapoor personally?
Yes.
Or are you relying on Detective Mahoney's notes?
No, both. I met with Mr. Kapoor during trial prep, which I did the report on.
Okay, that was recently, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that memories are better closer in time to the event than they are present day? And we're talking about a 7-year time period?
Yes, and I believe in Detective Mahoney's report that was taken that time, it was 3:26.
Yes. And he reports that he heard them at 3:26 and called a minute later at 3:27, correct? That's what he reported to Mahoney 7 years ago.
I don't know. I believe he said he heard them at 3:26, laid down for a couple of minutes, and then called. The time of the call was 3:31. Time of the dispatch was 3:33.
You indicated that you're in part relying on what was what was memorialized by Detective Mahoney, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with what is marked as S-260. I'm just gonna show you this. If you wanna read here and there.
326 heard shots, called 911, 327, a minute later.
Okay, you read it out loud.
Yes.
But basically, he says he heard them at 3:26 and he called a minute later at 3:27. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So he reported a minute later. But dispatch received the call at 3:31, like you just testified to, correct?
Correct.
So if he's mistaken and a minute later is 3:31 and 3:33, then that is a plausible timeline, right? And I'm not saying that is the timeline, but that would make sense, right?
Objection.
What's your objection?
As to what would make sense, and he just testified to what he knows.
He can only testify as to what he knows. I mean, I think it's clear to the jurors at this point in time that he's saying that he called at 3:26 and it was 1 minute later. Or that he heard the shots at 3:26 and the call was 1 minute later. Whether he's right or wrong, that's not for this detective to say, that's for the jurors to decide. So.
You do have familiarity with how dispatch works, correct?
I do.
And when a call is received by dispatch, they report it immediately, right?
No, that's not true. This was a 911 call. The dispatch actually has to call. There's always a delay. The dispatch has to call, receive the call, answer the call, get the information, and then they entered it into Spillman, which is the computer-aided dispatch. So time of the call is 3:31. Time they generate the call in Spillman, which is the CAD system, is 3:33.
Right.
Because somebody has to call, answer, talk to them, get the information, then enter the screen.
Okay, let me clarify. When I say immediately, I mean within a minute or two,
For
right?
sure, yes.
Okay. What I mean to say is dispatch isn't receiving the call at 3:20 and waiting 10 minutes to relay it, right? It's going to be that's their job, right? To relay the information as efficiently as possible because it could be an emergency and people are relying on them, right?
Of course.
Okay. So regardless of whether it was 3:26 or 3:27 or 3:31 or 3:33, can we agree it was approximately 3:30 a.m.? If it makes you feel better, I can write 3:27 possibly as well, okay? For the gunshots.
I would put 3:26, but okay.
No problem. Sometime between 3:26 and 3:31, there's gunshots.
Yes.
Okay? Now, at 3:42 is when the Verizon fiber optic line or the Verizon Fios optical network terminal goes out, correct?
3:43 is the last alert. 3:42, I believe, if you look at it closely, it's like 3:42 and 50-something seconds. It's hard to read, but yes.
So when you testified at the grand jury and you said that there was a loss of AC power to the optical network terminal at 3:42, that the Verizon advised that the Fios optical network terminal went out at about 3:42 a.m. When you testified to that, are you disagreeing with that or is that
It's
correct?
about 3:43.
Okay. Now, when at 3:42, about 3:42 a.m., what that means is that the fiber optic line appeared to have been cut, correct?
The fiber optic line was cut, but I wouldn't be able to say that that's the exact time. I don't know if there's a delay in the notification to Verizon as far as, you know, how their system works specifically. So I wouldn't necessarily be able to sit here and say that that's the exact time that the line was cut.
But at about 3:42 a.m. is when the fiber optic line was cut, correct?
That's the time that Verizon made a note, or they got an alert that the fiber optic went offline.
And that's also what you testified to under oath, correct?
Yes.
At the grand jury.
Yes.
You testified, and at about 3:42 a.m. is when that fiber optic line appeared to have been cut. Is that correct? And you say correct. So you testified under oath that at about 3:42 a.m. is when it appeared that the line was cut. Do you disagree with your testimony?
No, about 3:42, but I don't know if it's the exactly at 3:42 is the moment that it was cut, but about, yes.
And you said it was like 3:52 and closer to 3:53 or something. Did you testify to that?
No.
So at 3:48, is when the vehicle leaves the area of Willowbrook, correct?
Approximately, yes.
When you reviewed the Wise video footage, did you tell us earlier what time frame you reviewed?
I don't believe I did.
Do you recall?
Oh, for that specific clip I did, but you're talking in general?
In general, what did you review starting at like 2 a.m., that relevant time frame?
I did.
Do you recall hearing at 2:15 a.m. that there was a car alarm going off?
On the garage cam?
Yes.
I do not recall hearing that.
Actually from the sun porch view. Did you review video from the sun porch view?
I did, but I don't recall specifically the times that I did.
table? Volume all the way up. Just make sure my sound's working. It's difficult to hear, but let's see if we can hear it. I'll play it first and then if we can hear it, I'll hit the timestamp. So I started the video at approximately 2:16 a.m. Did you hear the beeping in the background?
Could you play it one more time?
Sure. Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to... Okay, so I'm going to start this video, and this one starts at 2:15, okay? And I'm just going to play this.
Okay.
And it's on November 20th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
I was asking a witness.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay. We don't hear it in this video. You don't hear anything, do you?
I did not hear it.
Okay, so now I'm going to compare that to the next video, all right?
Okay.
So that's at 2:15. Actually, so I'm at 2:15:52, okay? I'm going to press play. Did you hear how it started to beep?
I did not.
Let's do it one more time. And then I'll play the next clip, which you can hear it. So tell us if you can hear a beeping in this video. And then I think it appears to stop. Did you hear that?
I heard it. I mean, I vaguely heard a noise, but I wouldn't say that was a car alarm.
Okay. Do you agree that it was the original clip at 2:15 was fairly silent, and then we heard some sort of beeping at approximately 2:16?
I heard a noise. I wouldn't even classify it as a beeping. I barely heard a noise.
Okay. Did you hear something?
I heard a noise, but.
Okay. You heard a noise, but you didn't hear a noise prior to that, right?
I heard a noise at that time.
Okay. And is this anything that you at the time that you were watching these videos and investigating, was it something that caught your attention or that you did anything to investigate further?
I could barely hear it now, so I wouldn't even have heard it before.
All right. So now. So if I could have the All right. So at 2:07, between 2:07 and 2:27 is the vehicle is leaving 27 Tilton, and then there's a vehicle that arrives at Willowbrook, correct?
Correct.
And we know that this is approximately 20 minutes, right?
Correct.
And then at from 2:35 to 2:51 is when there's someone outside of the garage area going back and forth from the direction of the electrical meter and the generator, and they're going back and forth, right?
Correct.
And that would be, what, 14 minutes? 16 minutes? You agree? And then from 2:52 until the last text message, let's do it this way. From 2:52 until approximately 3:30, or we'll say 3:26. How long is that?
So you're asking me I'm sorry, one more time, from when to when?
From 2:52 until approximately 3:30 a.m., or if you prefer, 3:26.
38 minutes or 34 minutes?
And from approximately 3:26 or 3:30 until 3:42 is how long?
3:30, 3:42?
Sure.
12 minutes.
And then lastly, from 3:42, which is about when the Verizon Fios line is cut, until 3:48 is how long?
6 minutes.
Okay, so we agree on this timeline, correct?
I agree on this timeline, but there's things before and after that I would put on the timeline. If you're building a timeline, of the events of that night. The car returning at 4:07.
Okay, we can have that. And that's, what?
I would add additional stuff to it as well. If you're building the timeline, I would start at 1:28 a.m. in 27 Tilton.
Okay. That's fine, but for this timeline, because I'm focusing on when the vehicle leaves, right? The timeline that I'm focusing on is clearly when the vehicle leaves 27 Tilton until, we'll say it arrives back at 27 Tilton. And so 3:48 to 4:07 is 19 minutes? Right?
Correct.
Okay, so 20 minutes there, 19 minutes back, right?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Judge, did we mark, I'm sorry, did we mark that exhibit?
No, it wasn't marked.
We can mark it.
Mark.
I didn't know if the defense was gonna, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, are you marking that or not?
Sure, well, I mean, oh, you want to use it?
We're marking it. Can we mark it as a photo and screen grab it on the envelope?
Oh, it's the back of,
I don't want to mark.
yeah, that's a good idea. Perhaps we just,
You want to take a
Capture it.
screenshot of that? Sure. We'll print it out and then we'll print it out, Ms. Wallace, and then you can have a copy of it right now.
Thank you, Judge.
Very high tech here. Yes, please. Mr. Yeah, Mr.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is going to be D1-423.
And on our next break, we'll make a copy of it so both sides have it. But Ms. Wallace, you'll have it for now, at least at whatever you want to do.
thank you.
You can come on up, Ms. Wallace. You can take it from Anna.
Thank you.
Detective, we just looked at D1-423, right?
Yes.
And this is quote unquote timeline, I guess, that you were testifying about.
Yes.
Would you say that the timeline actually starts at about 3:50 p.m. on November 19th of 2018?
Correct.
What happens at 3:50 p.m.?
That's the first phone call regarding the trust between Keith and Paul Caneiro.
Just gonna write down here. What's the next thing that happens that afternoon?
I would go to about 6:05 p.m.
What happens then?
That's a second phone call between Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Did you have the opportunity to look at the defendant's cell phone extraction,
I did.
specifically at device events?
Yes.
Did something significant happen at 1:27 a.m. in terms of his phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
The screen power's off and it was plugged in.
I'm not going to ask you to be specific, but at 1:29 a.m. at the defendant's house, does an event happen?
Yes.
Okay. And was that event captured over the defendant's video surveillance system?
Correct.
Okay. And was that at what time?
1:28 approximately.
Specifically at that time, do certain cameras stop working?
Yes.
Okay. At 1:31 a.m., what happens at the defendant's house?
131 is 2 Nest cameras, one in the basement, a storage area, and then one at his workbench, which was the gun workbench, went offline
Is there any photos, or how does that notification come in?
via email.
Is there any
Okay.
photos in relation to that?
Sorry?
Did any photos come in? You don't have to tell me what it is, but was that an email notification with a photo?
There was.
Okay. Now, this time frame, you estimated between 3:30 and 3:48 to be about 12 minutes.
3:30 and 3:42? Yes.
42, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we start with 3:26 a.m., 3:26 a.m. to 3:42 a.m., is that 16 minutes?
Yes.
Does something significant happen at 4:54 a.m. in regard to the defendant's cell phone and his device events?
It unplugs and powers, the screen powers on.
How about at 4:57:09 a.m.? Does anything significant happen with regards to the defendant's house?
The house, you see from the binocular, you see the flash of fire from the back of the house.
Was there an alert at 4:59 a.m. to the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
And what was that alert indicating?
That was the fire, reporting the fire. At 27:20.
At 5 a.m., what, if anything, is seen at the defendant's house with regard specifically to a motor vehicle?
That's when the Porsche Cayenne backs out of the driveway.
Thank you, Judge. If we could have this, I don't know if this needs to be remarked.
Yes, it does. So we'll remark that so the defense has their exhibit and the state can add to it. What's your last exhibit for the state? $474. Can you put that back on the screen, please, so we can capture it? You just need to take a photo of that, please. Mastellone, I don't know if you heard it. So this, as an S exhibit, is 474, correct? 474. And you can have a copy of that if you need it.
Yes, please.
We'll make sure you get it. Ms. Wallace, go ahead. You can continue.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1422. This was previously shown to you.
Yes.
What is that?
This is an alert notification from West to Keith Caneiro's Gmail account. It was received at 3:02 a.m. on 11/20, and it says the side door camera went offline or disconnected at 2:52 a.m.
Okay, and just so the jury can see, I'll put it up just in terms of what photo it is. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked.
Can you turn the lights back on for me, please?
That was brief sidebar. We'll see what we're going to do now.
Okay. Ms. Wallace, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S274. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's an email notification from Nest to Paul Caneiro's email, indicating that his cameras went offline at 1:31 at the area of his gun workbench.
Okay, and how about S2783? Do you recognize that?
It's also an email alert from Nest to Paul Caneiro's email, indicating that his camera went offline at 1:31, and it has a screen picture of the last thing it saw, which was the area where the determined to be the origin of fire.
Okay, and how did these documents fare in relation to what's up on the screen?
The same type of notification.
Okay, and they're received specifically through how?
Email?
Okay, and so you'd indicated that you'd done a CDW for the Nest cameras at 15 Willowbrook Road, right?
Correct.
Okay, just to be clear, this was not something that was obtained from the CDW, right, or from the response?
No, this was I would imagine some sort of auto-generated notification.
And what this is indicating is essentially just that these cameras went offline or became disconnected at 2:52 a.m. Is that right?
They disconnected at 2:52, went offline. Yes.
Is there
No.
If nothing further.
Any requests?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Do we have the printout of the states? It's a little small now, but. With respect to the 5 a.m., it's the Porsche Macan that pulls out of Mr. Caneiro's driveway, correct? Out of the garage and out of the driveway?
Yes.
And what we're referencing there is, just to orient ourselves, we're talking about the morning of November 20th, the fire timeline at Mr. Caneiro's house, correct?
Yes.
And when I say Mr. Caneiro, I mean Paul
The
Caneiro.
residents, yes.
So when the Porsche Cayenne pulls out of the driveway, it's actually, the exact time is 4:59:55 is when it's backing out.
Okay.
You agree with that?
I don't have anything in front of me to say otherwise, so I say yes.
So it's 4:59:55 is the Porsche backing out of garage, meaning driving onto the street, right?
Yes.
And that's with, and then we know that Mr. Caneiro and his family go into that car, right?
Yes.
And at now after the car backs out, the 457 is the flash of the main fire, right? The flash of light that we assume is the main fire.
Towards the back corner of the house, if I remember correctly, yes. That's the first time you see the flash.
Okay. So from 457 to 459, we're talking approximately 2 to 3 minutes, right?
Close, if you use your 55, I would say closer to 3 minutes, but yes.
Yeah, that's why I put 2 to 3. And at 5:01, I don't have the milliseconds, but at 5:01 is when we see the second flash of light indicating the small garage fire, correct?
Without reviewing the video for that portion, I wouldn't be able to sit here and say definitively. I would have to review that.
The judge will stipulate that it's after, a little after 5:01.
Okay,
Okay,
so we stipulate to the 5:01.
It's shortly after 5:01. We'll stipulate to the testimony.
Okay, so it's stipulated that at 5:01, approximately a minute and I think it's like 5:01:30-ish, so approximately a minute, maybe a little more than a minute later, after the Porsche is backing out and on the street, that we then see the second flash of light.
Yes.
Now, the prosecutor asked you a bunch of questions about.
Ms. Mastellone, I don't mean to stop you. Can you put that back so we can capture it?
Oh, sorry, yes.
And we're gonna take your D exhibit now, and we're just gonna add a .1 to it. So it's gonna be D1 423.1. I apologize. You can go ahead.
So the prosecutor asked you a bunch of questions about, what happened at this time, what happened at this time, what happened at this time, with respect to this timeline, and you knew the answer, right?
I did.
You knew exactly what time Paul Caneiro's phone was plugged in, right?
Yes.
And what time it was unplugged, right?
Yes.
You knew exactly what time there was cameras online and offline, correct?
Yes.
And you knew exactly what time there was a flash of light and things of that nature.
Yes.
But you don't know what is in the rest of Elisa Caneiro's phone, and you don't know anything about Corey Caneiro.
It's argumentative.
You don't have any information about Corey Caneiro.
Well, I do have information.
I'll be more clear.
Question.
You did ask him the question. Well, he's in the middle answering it now. So go ahead.
When you say I don't have any information, I have information on him. I've talked to him, I've interviewed him, so I do have information on him. Yes.
Okay. But you don't have surveillance video from his home or information from his cell phone or information down to the millisecond or the second about what transpired with him, correct?
Corey Caneiro was never a suspect in this investigation. We followed the evidence. The evidence always led us to Paul Caneiro. So when I interviewed Corey, we interviewed him, we got the background information, and then we followed the evidence. And that's what we did.
You interviewed Corey Caneiro and you got background information, correct?
Yes.
You did not conduct any further investigation after that into Corey Caneiro, correct? You testified earlier you didn't follow what happened to, he was a 50% beneficiary, you didn't follow the money, correct?
We followed, this investigation followed the evidence. And the evidence led us to Paul Caneiro.
The evidence that you reviewed, correct?
We followed the evidence that we had, yes.
Right. Well, you had Elisa Caneiro's cell phone, correct?
Yes.
But you only looked at 2 days, right?
I looked at what I felt was relevant to this investigation.
Right, what you felt was relevant. You cannot tell us what exists when you haven't looked at it, right?
No, I can't tell you what I don't know, no.
You cannot tell us what you don't know.
Objection asked and answered.
I'm gonna let her finish her question before I rule on your objection. Go ahead.
You cannot tell us what you don't investigate, right?
He's answered that, so I will sustain the objection to that question.
You don't know what you don't know.
I think that's very reasonable.
And you chose what you wanted to know in this case.
Follow the evidence in the investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
I'm starting to get a little anxiety. I'll tell you why. I'm going to lose control of you guys now for the weekend. You guys going to take care of me? Are you sure you're not going to discuss this case at all? You're not going to do any research? We're moving along at a good pace. I want you to know that. Let me just leave it at that, but I'm telling you that we're moving at a good pace. So that should give you some good ideas. With that being said, we're off tomorrow. Obviously, the weekend is off. You can come here if you want to sit in the parking lot, but we're not here. And then you'll be back here on Monday morning at 8 a.m. Then we're going to start back up. For sure, be prepared for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I'll let you know how later in the week goes. But for sure, you know that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're definitely going, okay? Have a great weekend. Be safe. I hope we don't get this other snowstorm. And I'll talk to everyone soon. Thank you.
Okay, releasing the jury for the weekend, the very long weekend, 3-day weekend of depending on the storm, which is not, it's predicted to be snow and very cold, but not like the last one. Let us hope that we still have court on Monday. They haven't preemptively closed anything, which is a good sign, but it is so far only a 3-day court week. It's supposed to be 4, but we don't know if that 4th day will be Thursday or Friday. Determined by other things that were going on the court schedule and with the attorneys prior to the setting of the trial. One of the reasons this trial is going to March 20th. Today's testimony was a lot. And I will say the defense really brought home their issue that Corey Caneiro was never actually a suspect in the case, that they do not feel due diligence was done in anybody else against Paul.
Okay.
Detective firing back, he followed the evidence that everyone has said that they followed the evidence that it led, that everything led to Paul Caneiro from day one. And well, that is a solid answer back. Well, they did interview Corey Caneiro. They did talk to other people about Corey Caneiro, following up on who actually got the estate money afterwards when they knew all along doesn't mean anything. Why would they follow up after? Okay, when the investigation leads to who had motive. Okay, Corey Caneiro may have had financial trouble and he may have had a monetary motive here, but he didn't have access.
When you supply me with your submissions on this, please make sure that you address to the best that you can some of these issues so that we can talk about them in the near future. Because if both sides agree, then obviously that'll put us in a different spot. The other thing that I just realized, and the jurors just left, and I apologize, Ms. Mastellone, because I just thought of it right now, was the issue of you guys were stipulating to something, and we didn't put it on the record. So I can do that first thing Monday morning if you guys want to figure that out. Was it already done? Are you guys?
Yeah, I submitted something. Andy asked me about putting something else in. I haven't seen it back. I wasn't close to what he wanted to put in, so I think we're almost there.
Okay, all right.
It's like 2 sentences.
All right. So I will do that on Monday morning, or if you wanted me to do it at a different time, that's fine. You guys want me to. Thank you. Other than that, I also just want to remind everybody, when we look at the charge really only has one lesser included, and I know we talked about that in the past. I just want to confirm with the defense submissions of that's the position of how they wanted to proceed, and if that's the case, that's fine with me. What I will ask at the charge conference, not now, Mr. Caneiro, that whatever is agreed upon with this charge, so you'll get a copy of it also to look at when it relates to the substantive charges that you're charged with in the indictment. If there's not going to be any lesser included, I'm just going to confirm that with you, that that's the way that you want it. You've discussed that with your attorneys. But again, you don't say anything to me now, but just know that that's coming so you can start thinking about that yourself, okay? All right. Other than that, I think we know where we're going at the beginning of next week. Ms. Mastellone, you'll let us know on that other issue for scheduling. I'll leave that to you to let me know tomorrow. And otherwise, you guys need us tomorrow, just let us know and we can get on a call or whatever you need. Otherwise, please be back here on Monday morning, 8 o'clock, ready to go with witnesses starting at 8:30. All right. Hope everybody has a good weekend. Be safe.
And there we go. That is court for the week to come back on Monday. Wow, it is a lot today. A lot to go over, a lot to think about. I do think the defense really tried to hammer home on the timeline. And prosecution came back on that timeline, adding pertinent information. It is a tight timeline, but it is a well-documented and feasible one. I think sometimes in looking at the timeline, we forget the knowledge that Paul Caneiro had of the home. That timeline wouldn't work for anyone else really, except someone who knew the inner workings of that house very well. All the mechanics, all of it, all of the systems and the habits of the homeowners. It's a tight one, but it's not undoable by someone with the knowledge that Paul Caneiro had. Now, that has subtly been put into play with testimony from many witnesses, different witnesses at different parts, different affidavits, different friends, different detectives who said that Paul had worked on things. The employee of Square One who said that he actually assisted with Paul many times in working on the setups in the basement. These things, Paul often being called for help at Keith's house. Miss Mastellone doing damage, I think, in that regards when she brought up that Paul always helps Keith. When he had this broken, when he had that broken, who did he call? Paul. Who knew about every system in the home? Paul. Who knew how the electric system in the generator worked together back and forth? And who knew what order to turn it off to make sure the generator alarm didn't go off? And that beeping, that may be a car alarm, it could be. It could be. It could also be perhaps the generator alarm losing power or fluctuations in power as Paul was dismantling the meter. Is there some kind of other alarm that was going off? I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Doesn't necessarily have to be a car alarm. And even if it was, why is that pertinent to the investigation? Some car alarm went off in the vicinity. Oh my. But we already saw the shadow of the person dismantling, going back and forth. We already know somebody's on the property. On the property at the time. More next week. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to tonight over on Trial Live TV to talk with Chris, the squeegee of justice, about everything that happened this week. And he has questions and I have questions. And well, join us over in their live chat. And hopefully I'll see you over there. Or you'll catch the replay. Give them some views and a subs. This really great channel, really great live chat. But after all, I'll see you in the comments because I want to know what you think.